Palm Springs regular city council meeting of February 25th, 2021 to order. For those who would like to join us, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if we can have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garner.
Present.
Councilmember Coors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
Mayor Holstedge.
Here.
All council is present.
Thank you. Tonight we have a few presentations. If I can, I'd like to start with the COVID-19 case update from our emergency management coordinator, please.
Oh, they're getting there. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Just a quick update on COVID numbers. We're still in the purple tier. As everybody knows, we are dropping down in numbers quite dramatically. We actually hit the red tier for one of the metrics, which is the case rate. We're at 7% positivity rate right now. Our daily case rate is 16, which we need to get that below 7 to start moving more towards the red tier. So one of the three metrics, we're in the red tier. So hopefully we'll continue the trend and get there quickly. So case numbers aren't the only things that have improved. Hospitalization rates are dramatically down. As of today, there's 381 COVID patients in Riverside County hospitals. That number is down from almost 1,700 a month ago. So 80% decrease. And ICU rates, today there's only 102 people with COVID in Riverside County ICUs. That number is down from 380 a month ago. So dramatic decreases across all COVID metrics, which is fantastic. Just pulling out the county and Palm Springs so we can get a better picture. The numbers that are highlighted show the cases this week, so from Monday until today. The reason why last week's cases for the county were a little bit lower is the holiday threw off everybody's counts. So last week was only a 6-day week. So when you actually look at the numbers day by day, the trend is the same. And you can see Palm Springs, 10 cases. Those are numbers that we haven't seen since April. So really fantastic movement, and hopefully we continue the trend downwards. Last thing I want to talk about is testing and vaccination. Mostly vaccination, I just want to remind everybody that it is by appointment only. When people show up for the vaccine and they don't have an appointment, it really just slows down the process for everybody. So right now we're vaccinating tiers 1A, 1B, and those that are 65 years and older. When that changes, it will get published everywhere to include the news. Everybody will hear about it when it opens to a new category. So far, the county has administered over 450,000 vaccines through either county or community care partners like those that are listed up there. For those of you that can't make an appointment with a county place, there's a full list of the community care providers that have the vaccine on the county's website. And the last thing is next week, Palm Springs will be delivering 120,000 masks and other protective equipment to Main Street and the Chamber of Commerce for distribution to our local businesses. So it's another fantastic thing for our local businesses. Barring any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing anything. I'll just reiterate that we've confirmed with the county that restaurant workers are currently eligible to be vaccinated, as well as other essential workers like teachers that are listed in the tiers right now. And so you need proof of your employment along with your vaccination curative on their website at www.pscos.gov. curative.com, where you can make an appointment for the convention center, lists out those tiers and the essential workers, and describes what proof you need to bring for your employment. So you can bring an employee badge, a letter on letterhead from your employer, or a pay stub showing that you're an essential worker in that industry. So thank you to our convention center staff and Curative for doing that hard work of vaccinating our community. And we're hearing lots of good stories of people being vaccinated and photos online. So please continue to share those as we get everyone who wants a vaccine one here in Palm Springs. The next presentation is a COVID-19 case update from our wastewater treatment plant from Assistant City Manager Marcus Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As the public may now be aware, the city's been sampling and testing for the presence of the COVID virus in our wastewater stream beginning back last August. Mirroring what our emergency services manager mentioned, you can see in this graph exactly what we're seeing, and that's the continuing decrease in the amount of the virus detected in the wastewater stream. Back between Christmas and New Year's, we had detected a very high presence of 2.6 million copies of the virus per liter in the wastewater stream. That has now decreased to around 110,000. And to put that into a sense of how many cases that represents, the lab predicts a range of cases based on the sample taken last Tuesday, and that was a range of 450 cases to around 2,000 with a predicted case rate of 848. That's slightly higher than what's reported in the county, but that's consistent with what we've seen since we've been sampling and testing, which is that there's more active cases detected through the wastewater stream than are reported to the county. And so I just want to put it in perspective. So back on December 28th, we had a predicted number of 4,823 cases. That has dropped now to 848 cases based on our sampling and testing. So that's a significant reduction in the number of positive cases in the last 10 weeks. And it's put us to the level, at least in where we've detected the amount of virus in our wastewater stream to last October, which was when we entered into the purple tier. So everything's indicating exactly what we're seeing, which is the decrease in the amount of the virus, and hopefully we'll be entering into the red tier, as was mentioned earlier. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Marcus? Councilmember Corr.
Just a comment, which is, first, thank you, Marcus, for thinking of doing this, and get this data is really helpful, but it really demonstrates that all the sacrifices our residents and businesses made and enforcing the rules as we did in Palm Springs has really had a tremendous impact in saving lives and getting us closer to being able to open more businesses. So it's really good news. I just want to thank the community for all they've done to help get us here. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is a COVID-19 memorial proclamation from Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, this is a proclamation in support of the National Mayor's resolution that declares Monday, March 1st to be the COVID Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. Whereas the first Monday in March 2021 has been designated as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day in Palm Springs, California. And whereas COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 is an illness caused by a virus that can transmit from person to person and has spread across the world, creating a global pandemic that is having catastrophic effects on human life, our community, and our economy. Whereas to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, observance of public health orders to social distance and stay at home have created challenges for small businesses, workers, and schools which are working to comply with limited resources. And whereas school districts, teachers, students, and parents are grappling with the challenges of distance learning and working to prevent potential learning loss due to not being present in person. And whereas local and state governments, health departments, and public servants have taken bold actions to protect residents, support struggling local economies, and find innovative ways to provide services, and whereas in response to the rapid spread of COVID-19 and stay-at-home orders, essential workers have stepped up to provide critical services to protect our communities and save lives, sacrificing their own health and safety. Whereas COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on low-income communities and communities of color, exacerbating inequities already prevalent in our systems that we must address as a nation. Whereas the symptoms and severity of COVID-19 can vary dramatically by individual, and the long-term health implications for survivors are largely unknown, as many survivors suffer with lingering side effects of the disease long after they test positive. Whereas more than 2,502,411 people worldwide and 506,807 in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID-19. And in Palm Springs alone, more than 110 lives have been lost to this deadly virus. And whereas each life lost to COVID-19 matters and leaves a hole in the hearts of loved ones, family members, and surrounding communities. And whereas public health guidance and policies targeted at prevention, such as social distancing, wearing of masks in public, and staying home help mitigate the spread of COVID-19, prevent illness, and lessen the burden on individuals and society. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, are proud to join the United States Conference of Mayors in designating the first Monday in March as COVID-19 Memorial Day in remembrance of those who have lost their lives and in honor of those who continue to suffer from the impact of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. So I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items that first staff would like removed from the consent calendar or any additions at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we have a request. We'd like to just separate 1L. We do have a couple modifications on that agreement. We would just like to note to council, so if we could separate 1L. And then also, we did have a request to move the discussion on tourism, which is, that's going to be 5C. We're going to ask to move that up to after the consent agenda.
We also have a requested added item. So that is a approval of sending a letter to the governor regarding adopting guidelines for events. So if the council is so inclined, that would require a motion by 4/5 of the council determining that the need arose after the agenda was posted, which in fact is the case, and that there is a need to take immediate action, which staff also believes is the case. So if the council would like to add that, it'd be appropriate to adopt that motion at this point.
Thank you. Are there any items that council members would like to pull? Councilmember Kors and then Councilmember Garner.
Sure. I'd like to pull items 1A and 1C, and I'd also like to request the motion to add the urgency item. Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to, I've never done this. I want to vote no on 1J.
Thank you. Any other items that other council members would like to pull or note votes on? Not seeing any, can I get a motion to accept the agenda with an added item to authorize to the city to issue a letter to Governor Newsom regarding the lack of guidelines for corporate meetings and events, to the consent calendar, to move up item 5C to occur after the consent calendar, to pull for separate discussion 1A, 1C, and 1L. Noting a no vote for Councilmember Garner on 1J. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion made by Councilmember Coors, seconded by Councilmember Garner. City Clerk, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have a report of the closed session from the city attorney.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public at home, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you. Next, we have public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You're asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the meeting around 9 or 9:30 p.m. Tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
Madam Mayor, the first speaker I'll be addressing is from a member of the deaf community, and as an accommodation, I'll be reading the email. This is from Butch Vixler. Dear City Council, it is nice that you want large companies to provide hero pay for some essential workers. I agree that essential workers have risked their health to provide goods and services to the community. Those who are unemployed received additional unemployment and in some cases made more than the essential workers did or who did go to work. I want to be sure this includes all heroes who work for large companies. It is not just the grocery store workers who saved, but others too. Your ordinance should include those who work for the major telecommunications companies as well. Did you know that the retail workers for AT&T, Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile still went to work to ensure your phones were working and services so you could stay in contact with others during the pandemic and so all had access to 911? They work for large companies. Those retailers are in Palm Springs. All who work at any of those stores in Palm Springs also deserve to be considered heroes. Please do not exclude them. Those who work in hospitals, which also have 300 plus employees, deserve hero pay. Those who went to work to keep us safe and who still scheduled our appointments, provide therapy, cleaned out rooms, etc., those are heroes too. Sincerely, Butch Vixler. And then I'll move on to public comment. Priya, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Sure. Priya Vidula. So good evening, Palm Springs City Council. My name is Priya Vidula, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance, Inland Empire, in support of the Hero Pay Ordinance that sits before you. Next month marks the 1-year anniversary of the state lockdown that started as a result of this pandemic. While many had the opportunity to work from home, essential workers, especially our grocery workers, showed up and risked their lives to ensure that their communities had their basic needs such as food and medicine met. In the beginning, many were left to fend for themselves to find PPE. The demand for these essential workers has only increased as grocery stores have experienced record sales, with customers eating more meals at home. Many workers are working without adequate financial support. As a public health professional, I understand that the economic and social stresses can make the body more vulnerable to sickness, and still our workers persevere. These workers are true heroes who deserve to be properly compensated. In these uncertain times, we look to our local electeds to lead us. We understand that you too are feeling the uncertainty, but unprecedented times call for courage and leadership. Passing this hero pay ordinance will help so many struggling families who have put their faith and trust in you during this time. We hope that you pass this essential ordinance to ensure that our heroes are truly taken care of. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Sammy Flores,
Yeah, hi.
you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yeah, thank you. Hi. So my name is Sammy Flores. I'm the lead organizer for Coachella Workers Coalition, and I'm here to ask you to pass an ordinance requiring corporate grocers and retail pharmacies to pay their workers up to $5 more per hour in hero pay. At the moment, Los Angeles County supervisors have passed an ordinance requiring $5 more per hour in hero pay. City of Berkeley has required $5 more an hour as well, and Coachella has required $4 per hour more. With more cities seeking to do the same. In December of 2020, Kroger's released a report titled Third Quarter 2020 Results and Raises. According to the report, the total company sales were $29.7 billion in the third quarter, compared to $28 billion for the same period last year. This means that the company's third quarter sales increased $1.7 billion in just 1 year. In addition, Brookings Institute examined the record pandemic profits and pandemic pay at 13 of the largest retail and grocery companies. And combined, the 13 companies earned an additional $17.7 billion in the first 3 quarters of 2020. Compared to 2019, that's a 42% increase. Kroger, at the moment, no hero pay for workers, though it doubled its profits and spent nearly $1 billion in 2020 to buy back its own stock shares. Albertsons company spent nearly $1.9 billion in stock buybacks in the first 3 quarters of the last year, compared to approximately $350 million that they spent on hazard pay. Further, Pew Research found that more than half of households in the U.S. earning under $50,000 face financial and food insecurity. Grocery store workers are men and women who come from Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color. Our workers are enduring constant anxiety from potential spread and financial stress. We're seeing how little these corporations care about our employees and about our communities. We're witnessing corporations extract wealth and labor power from our communities, while our workers struggle to pay for rent, for food, for car insurance, etc. They simply see our workers as commodities for their stockholder profits, and that's unacceptable. Our workers have been called heroes throughout the pandemic, and if we truly believe that they are heroes, treat them as so. So please pass an ordinance giving them $5+ or more per hour in hero pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Valverde, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the... My name is Aaron, and I am with UFCW Local 1167. We are calling in this evening to strongly urge the council to support moving forward with a hero pay ordinance for frontline grocery and retail pharmacy work. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, frontline workers in grocery and pharmacy retail stores have worked under new, extremely stressful and hazardous conditions. While everyone was asked to stay home, these workers continue to show up, provide necessary food supplies and medicine to our communities. Workers have also had to deal with hostile customers who refuse to wear masks and practice social distancing. Top retail stores have earned about 39% increase in profits during the pandemic. Meanwhile, company executives consistently allocating significantly larger sums to stock buyback. About 3,000 of our members have contracted COVID-19, including members who live and work in Palm Springs. These numbers do not include workers that are not part of the union. We always say that these workers are heroes, and because of that, I think that it's important that we personalize what these workers have been experiencing these last few months. Recently, a grocery member passed away from COVID-19. She was in her 50s and had been working in the industry for 30 years. One of her coworkers got sick, and the manager asked her to continue working until their test results came back, which took about 3 days, which later came back to be positive. And in the meantime, 7 other workers contracted the virus, including this worker who passed away. Now LOSHA has an ongoing investigation on this. This is just one of the unfortunate stories we hear from work on a daily basis. We are asking the for an ordinance that includes language similar to the Long Beach Hero Pay ordinance with some changes. $4 per hour to workers in grocery and pharmacy retail stores. The ordinance should include employers with 300 employees nationwide and 5 employees per store location. Hero Pay for 120 days with the possibility of an extension if the council chooses to do so. Protection for workers against retaliation, which include private right of. As a definition for grocery stores is crafted, we must include supercenters who have also seen record profits. I would also like to share that just this afternoon, the judge in the Long Beach lawsuit ruled in federal court that Long Beach hazard pay ordinance must be kept in place. The judge stated that CGA utterly failed to address why the ordinance is not an appropriate means for and fairly compensating grocery workers for the hazard pay count as essential workers. We are grateful for the leadership of the council. We strongly urge the council to adopt a Hero Pay ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Hart, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm addressing you about item 5B on the agenda. My name is Stephanie Hart. I live and work in Palm Springs, and I'm the sole provider for my family. Since the start of this pandemic, we grocery workers have worked long hours and faced a great deal of stress to ensure that everyone in our communities had access to food and other necessities. At the beginning, we received hazard/hero pay because it was recognized that we were risking our own health and the health of our families to provide this essential service. Today, we do not receive this extra pay, but continue to face the stress of possibly bringing COVID home to our families, as well as following state and local mandates. We face financial uncertainty. We cannot stay home and stay safe. We are essential. Please show us that we are still valued. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Lauren Wolfer, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Lauren Wolfer. I'm a resident of Palm Springs. I'm calling to urge you to enact a Hero Pay ordinance for grocery store, pharmacy workers, for all of these frontline workers that have been dealing with unprecedented and really dangerous situations for nearly this past year now. This past summer, I worked as a volunteer at the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market when we moved into the indoor location of the Palm Springs Pavilion. Now, this move happens every summer, but of course it was particularly worrisome this year, this past year, because of the idea of bringing everyone inside. In order to protect our customers, vendors, staff, and volunteers, more volunteers were brought on. Basically, we had someone out front checking mask usage, making sure that people coming in had masks over their nose and worn properly. Someone inside as well, walking around simply to make sure that people were covering their noses and mouths and respecting our mask protocols and keeping everyone safe. What's the point of this? How many times have we been to any of these large corporate chains, any of these grocery stores, and constantly seen customers wandering around with their masks hanging off, with their nose hanging out, and nothing's done about it? If a small nonprofit that relies on volunteer labor can go that extra mile to protect people, large corporate chains could have easily done so. The reason that they don't, that they haven't, is simply it's just priorities. It's simply profit over people, because they have found it to be more expedient and less costly to just do the absolute bare minimum in protecting their workers from incredibly hazardous and life-threatening conditions. I think that is terribly unjust. These frontline workers deserve so much better. And I really commend the Palm Springs City Council for taking the steps to remedy this injustice in any way that they can. So I urge you to please give these people the compensation they so sorely deserve and pass the $4 an hour hero pay increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Ostich, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Ostich. I live at 660 Palisades Drive in Palm Springs. Have lived here for several years. I was interested to hear tonight from your staff that the COVID numbers are dropping. This is very good news. And of course, we also heard that vaccinations are now becoming more available. Additional good news. Hopefully, we're moving away from the whole COVID problem and we can get back to a more normal life. That being the case, I am surprised and disappointed that you are considering the adoption of an ordinance that would force retail stores and pharmacies to pay hero pay for some long period of time. If it isn't bad enough that you're considering inserting the city in the middle of a private contractual relationship between employers and their employees, it is worse that you're attempting to do it quickly through the use of an urgency ordinance, which I do not believe is legitimate. There's no second reading. There's no CEQA compliance. The ordinance claims that it's exempt from CEQA. It is not. And I think this entire approach of rushing this through without transparency and complete participation and review is not appropriate. You know, we have real issues in the city of Palm Springs. We're in business in this city, and we well know what they are. We have major homeless issues that need to be dealt with. We have major issues of recovery from an unprecedented period of restriction of all businesses in our city. Every business is affected. I really believe that you have no business setting yourselves up as social architects. This is not your job as members of the city council. Interfering with businesses in our city is not a smart thing to do. Employing a form of ordinance that is being peddled around California and considered by many other cities and acted on by many other cities, totally inappropriate. I urge you to do the right thing and stop this dangerous process right now. I sent you a letter today, and in that letter I outlined in more detail my specific concerns.
Mark.
I sincerely ask you to seriously consider everything I said in the letter before you take any action. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Duffel, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, council members, tag you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Joe Duffel. I'm the president of United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 1167. I am also president of the Inland Empire Labor Council, which represents over 800,000 hardworking men and women in the Inland Empire, including the Coachella Valley. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And in my experience over the last year, I've talked to many employees in the industry, food and drug industry. These employees have been put at high risk, more so than anyone else. At least 15% of my members that we've confirmed that have caught COVID. And this whole time we've been fighting with the companies for underreporting the COVID cases. I have many reports from employees stating that the employer has called them in and tried to get them to admit they've caught COVID someplace else, meanwhile making them come to work and exposing their coworkers to the same thing. And those coworkers taking that home, which has been unacceptable. The employers have been underreporting since day one, and it's been a problem. We want to encourage you to enforce and implement the $4 an hour. That money will come right back to our local economies and help our local economies, not stuck in stockholder buybacks or paying off CEOs. This is going to come right back to our communities. You know, the Grocers Association represents the interest of the grocers. They have the Chamber of Commerce that represent their interests. They have lawyers that represent their interests, and the working people don't have anybody. So we're going to stand as that voice, and we're going to represent these working people. And I encourage and I urge the City Council to adopt this ordinance, and let's now start to put people before profits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dieter Crawford, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Dieter Crawford, and I live in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates neighborhood, speaking tonight on my own behalf. Just want to call tonight and show my support for the Desert X project that's being proposed for Desert Highland Park. Think that would be a good fit for the neighborhood to have African artists place his art there, and also give the neighborhood some international exposure. Also, I would like to speak on the hero pay. I would like to see the hero pay include frontline healthcare workers as well. And I am in support of the hero pay. My name is Dieter Crawford. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Lewis Stewart, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members, hardworking city staff. I call in tonight to speak in favor of item 5B. In light of the windfall profits that the supermarket chains have reaped during the COVID crisis, it does not seem unreasonable to ask them to profit share with the employees who have assumed life-threatening risk to gain that windfall. I applaud the council and their courage supporting the council of our neighbor Coachella, who have introduced a similar bill. That being said, I would suggest that the council might consider contacting the affected merchants first and strongly encourage the voluntary reinstatement of hero pay that they previously paid. In reviewing the accompanying documents from the California Grocers Association, bargaining is the proper authority for such an issue. I realize that council cannot address a question from public comment, but would someone in council comment or 5B discussion clarify this for me? Have the unions representing the affected employees been consulted by council? If so, what is their position? This has been answered by Joe Duffel earlier, asked and answered. Do they have the authority to open collective bargaining now on hero pay? Reviewing local UFCW Local 324's contract provisions with Ralph's for bonuses, Article 6N, I wonder if this might be a better process that should be considered, having the unions negotiate the hero pay. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. David Weiner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great, thanks. Hi, Palm Springs City Council, Mayor Holstich, city staff. My name is David Weiner, and I am a nearly 20-year resident of Palm Springs, and like all of us here, I love our city, and I'm excited by this opportunity that we have in front of us to do the right thing for our workers. When COVID started, we went and these companies had hero pay for pharmacy workers, for grocery workers, for what we consider essential workers. This is not a big stretch. This is just what is right. We know that these workers are putting their lives on the line quite literally every day, and we expect that of them. It's actually a very selfish thing. The stock prices and profits of these companies have been going through the roof, and I know that some companies, such as Kroger's, in our area, Ralph's, are using some pretty heavy-handed tactics to stop a hero pay ordinance from passing. I'm going to tell you, I just think it's the right thing to do. These are our neighbors, these are our friends, these are our family members. And if these companies are making hundreds of millions of dollars in excess profits, I don't consider it all that much of a stretch to ask for a few bucks per hour to these workers that are literally helping us stay home and work from home and feed our families. They don't have that opportunity that some of us do have. And in response to people that say this isn't government's job, this isn't city council's job, it absolutely is. It is your job to take care of people that will not be taken care of sometimes by their employers or their stockholders or the board of directors of their companies. So, sorry, I hope I wasn't rambling, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you, and I trust that you will do the right thing and take care of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ricardo Cisneros, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and distinguished City Council members, my name is Ricardo Cisneros. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Inland Empire Labor Council. I applaud you for bringing Hero Pay to the forefront during these trying times, taking leadership and lifting up the essential workers that have continued to put their lives at risk for every single one of us to be able to purchase our essentials. If the grocers don't want to continue to do the right thing on behalf of their workers while receiving record profits, then leaders need to step up and help guide them to do the right thing for the betterment of our community. The Inland Empire Labor Council supports you in moving the Hero Pay ordinance forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Victor Ayala, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Victor Ayala, and I'm work at Ralph Palm Springs over by Ramon and Sunrise Way. I'm calling about the Heroes Pay. About 3 months ago, I got sick with the virus, and so I came home, and of course I got my whole family sick. I got my wife and my 3 kids. They all got the virus. The kids only lightheaded, it wasn't a big deal because they're young, but me and my wife, we were 25 days in bed, 25 straight days in bed. We didn't work for a whole month, and we didn't receive any income. It took a whole month to get money from the disability. So we struggled to recuperate, and then money-wise, it was the same thing. But then again, we make it happen. We got better. But I most definitely think we work in this environment where we work with people every single day. And, we always suppose I work in the bakery department. I work with customers all day. And, to me, it's well-earned Heroes Pay. That's all pretty much all I have to say. I appreciate you guys for listening to me.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
Edwin Ramurian, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening. Honorable Mayor, City Council. This morning, I saw the full name, Lawrence Crossley Street sign, going up at Diamond Square. Let us take this opportunity to celebrate the overdue signage that helps signal the movement to address structural racism and historic racial inequalities in Palm Springs. I am also speaking on agenda item 5B. I'm making public comments not as a human rights commissioner, but as a Palm Springs resident and a member of Baikhan Desert, and in solidarity with our brothers and sisters of the Asian Pacific Labor Alliance in Empire and the United Food Commercial Workers. I encourage you to support the Hero Pay for our grocery and pharmacy workers. During the pandemic, I've been an independent contractor myself as a grocery shopper and delivery worker, and I want to honor the work and daily decision past year to go in and risk their lives to do the work that they do. I thank you, Palm Springs workers, including Lupe, Lee, Norma, David, Edita, Nora, and so many more. I would like to give a shout out to the City Council of the City of Coachella. It remains a courageous move, leading the way locally, nationally. Hero Pay is a great way to honor our grocery and pharmacy workers and their families. These are our own relatives, families, friends, real people, real heroes. Stay courageous, support Hero Pay. Also, as a member of the new Coachella Valley chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, I feel Hero Pay fulfills a supportive way to empower ordinary people in workplaces and the economy. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Mary Ball Nunez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of the Palm Springs City Council. My name is Maribel Nunez, and I'm the convener with Engage Coachella Valley, and we support, labor and social justice issues. And so we were very excited in supporting all of you that are in Palm Springs City Council, because we believe that you are a worker labor rights advocate, and so that's why we endorse you. And we are in solidarity with the community and with UFCW supporting the Hero Pay, because we feel that our workers are there for us, providing food on the table for us to go grocery shopping and to get the medicine that we need. And so we really need to make sure that they're there for us. We need to be there for them. And again, they're risking their lives. So, and here we're just talking about, the big chains, not the mom and pop up places. So that, there's high profits, as some of our other speakers have said, that they could afford this. And so we know that if we invest in our workers, not only is it the right thing, a lot of our working class folks would shop and stay here locally, which helps the city. So it's a win-win for everybody. It's the right thing to do. It's the most economic thing best to do. So we stand in solidarity for the Hero Pay. Maribel Nunez, Engage Coachella Valley. I hope that we supported you guys in your elections. I hope you support us with our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment for tonight. We were able to reach everyone.
Thank you, City Clerk. The next item is City Council and City Manager comments and reports. The City Council members have reports to give at this time. Who would like to begin? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Excuse me, thank you. Just a couple of things to report. There was a CalPERS Board of Administration meeting last week, and the returns for 2020 calendar year were finalized, and that was a 12.4% return. The target, long-term target, is a 7% return. Over the last 5 years, the rate of return has been 9.7. Over the last 10 years, 8.4. Over the last 20 years, 6.3. CalPERS, over the course of this year, will be going through the very important asset liability management process that will result in the November meeting and making a decision as to whether to continue to the 7% discount rate or to change that discount rate. And that is a long, complicated process, but bottom line to it, any change in the discount rate of a 1/4 point reduction would equal approximately a 10% increase in pension costs for municipalities. The Cal Cities Board of Directors met also last week, approved the creation of the Advancing Equity Advisory Committee. The Advancing Equity Advisory Committee is set up to identify best practices, tools, resources to strengthen local leaders' knowledge and support city leaders taking action to eliminate disparities, heal racial divisions, and build more equitable communities. a set of recommended actions and resources for consideration by the Board of Directors at the April Board of Director meeting will be presented. There are approximately 25 people on the Advancing Equity Task Force, and I'm pleased to say that the president of Cal Cities asked me to be one of those individuals. The Sunline Board of Directors met yesterday. Two things of note. During the COVID-19 crisis, fairs have been discontinued. That was a temporary policy, and that policy will be changing effective May 2nd when fairs will return for Sunline ridership. Second item, and this one a little more pleasant, the Sunline Transit Agency competed with transit agencies throughout the state of California for funding from the Zero Emission Transit Fleet Infrastructure Deployment Program. $20 million was available statewide for that program, and Sunline received nearly $5 million of that $20 million that was awarded statewide. This was a competitive process and will help Sunline to streamline processes moving forward to operate our liquid hydrogen fueling stations and be a center of excellence in liquid hydrogen. And lastly, I want to take note that while it wasn't something we did today, the United States House of Representatives passed the Equality Act. It now goes to the United States Senate, where all of us hope that a miracle occurs.
Councilmember Corrs.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few things to report. On Tuesday, Desert Community Energy had our board meeting, and I know I reported 1 or 2 meetings ago about the 3 wind farm contracts. We also entered into a contract for a solar facility that's going to be built that is one of the first that will include battery storage for the solar. And this is estimated to save between $13 and $50 million over the 20 years of the project based on what other renewable rates are at the time. So it was a really good contract. I really want to thank the advisory committee, which David Friedman leads from Palm Springs, and the staff who did such a great job getting really good deals for the ratepayers in renewables and really on the leading edge of battery operators. We do want some more of those, and we're using this to hopefully incentivize some local companies to build here in the Coachella Valley or in Palm Springs as we did with the wind farms. There are numerous other meetings. Mayor Holstage and I met with Main Street where we discussed a number of things, but we asked for input specifically on the Hero Pay ordinance from the businesses. In addition, we met with the chamber, I met with the board, and then we did a meeting today which had many of the stakeholders, all the potentially impacted businesses and more were invited. We had representatives from UCFW and a very good conversation and a lot of input. So I just want to make it clear, this is far from being rushed. I think it was raised at 3 prior council meetings, and there was a lot of appreciation from the grocery stores that we were meeting with them before we even discussed it, which they said hasn't happened in any other city. So I appreciate the mayor not joining on those and really getting input. And the chamber is making the meeting available, I believe, on their website for anyone who wants to hear that discussion and conversation. And the last thing I want to add is the California Mayor's Coalition, when we met a week ago, we moved forward and have now sent a letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, to Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, both from California, and the entire California delegation, urging them to support President Biden's COVID relief plan, and specifically $50 billion will go to states and municipalities. $65 billion of that would be direct funding to cities. Cal Cities also took a leadership position in advocating for that. This is supported by over 100 mayors in California, both Democrat and Republican, and we're unanimous in the support that cities need and the importance of direct funding for cities so we don't have the inequity that happened when the state distributed out CARES Act funding last time. So if this does pass under the current allocation estimates that are in the bill moving through Congress, which is expected to be voted on tomorrow or Saturday, we would be slated to receive $10 million, which can be used for virtually any COVID purpose, including backfilling revenue losses resulting from COVID. So the city has also now sent a letter in support to our Congress member and Speaker Pelosi as well. So I wanted to share that, and hopefully we'll have some good news on that funding before our next meeting. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments by council members? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's a couple of events coming up. One is this Saturday that I mentioned at the last meeting. It's the Caravan Through African American History. I think it's going to be a great event. You can find more information on the Black History Committee website or on Facebook. So I hope that many people can join. It's at 10 a.m. on Saturday. The other event is, now my screen closes. Here it is. It is an event by Bayanihan Desert, which is a Filipino organization in Palm Springs. And they are having an event on March 3rd at 6 p.m. about the rise in anti-Asian hate throughout our country, hate crimes. So that is going to be an interesting discussion and a good way to connect with the Asian American community around this issue and what we can do to be better allies and supporters of what's going on within their community. It's also a community that has a lot of under-reporting, so it'll be important to engage in that discussion, and I encourage people to attend. And I think that's all I have. Sometimes because I'm home all alone every day, I want to just report out about like random things that I did, but I'll save you all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods, do you have a council member report?
I have one comment, Madam Mayor. For those of you who are interested in more efficiently driving around the valley, the entire Coachella Valley, there is a project that I had many years ago been working on, and that's called signal synchronization for the roads. And I'm pleased to announce that phase 1 is actually going into construction. And phase 1 will include Ramon Road and Highway 111. It will take a little time to get it, but this is a big deal for the entire valley. The idea is we'll be able to move people from the east to the west and the west to the east in a much more efficient manner than what we currently do. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I just have a few reports, and then I'll ask city staff if you have any reports. Councilmember Kors and I also met with our business retention task force, so we're holding regular meetings with that group. It includes industry representatives, neighborhood representatives, to talk about issues affecting businesses in the city. We've had a lot of ideas come out of that, and they've worked with us on the $1 million relief program for small businesses. We also talked about Hero Pay in depth at that meeting. A few meetings I attended the CBAG Homeless Committee meeting. There they did a presentation about all of the results that our regional Housing First program has achieved so far. As you may know, we moved from Path of Life as a provider to doing that work in-house, and we've housed a number of people just in this first year. So I'd like to ask that CBAG comes to an upcoming council member meeting to present about our results from that Housing First program. And I'd also like to ask that the county come to present at the same time about their work on homelessness. I attended the CVAG Executive Committee meeting where we approved the traffic synchronization project. And thank you to Councilmember Woods for all your work and for speaking so passionately about that. I think that will improve a lot of people's lives. And I held a District 4 town hall meeting this week where we talked about a number of issues, and we had Palm Springs Police Department, and we also had Jane Garrison come and speak about the Mesquite Desert Preserve and their progress on that. And I had the best day today because I got to meet Jack Schreckenghost, who has been a crossing guard at Vista Del Monte for Palm Springs Unified for 30 years. So I got to present to him the Senior Inspiration Award that he earned. I know that he earned one last year and this year as well. So I got to go to his home. He's 97 years old, and he hopes to be able to continue being a crossing guard, and you can tell how much he cares for the kids. So it's too bad we can't all be in person to present him that award, but he is really incredible, and what a lifetime of service to our community and to the kids and families in our city. Two other updates that are upcoming. Tomorrow, I'm attending the State Mobile Home Park Maintenance Task Force, which is a state task force about mobile home issues. Our community has asked us to talk about and address maintenance issues in our community for mobile home parks, so I will report back to that. Thank you to the city attorney for setting that up for me, and I know Councilmember Garner has an interest in this too, so if you'd like to attend, you are more than welcome to join me. And then I'm also presenting tomorrow for Palm Springs at the Women's Council of Realtors. So lots of good news to share about our community and everything we've accomplished so far, and good news about our COVID results too. City staff, do you have any reports at this time?
Usually be pulled from this agenda. We do need to make a couple modifications to the bond documents, I've been informed, so we will bring that back to the next meeting. And then also I would ask the police chief to step to the microphone. He does want to give us an update on homelessness item that he just wanted to note to the city council. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. You know, it's a little disturbing information I'm about to share with you. You know, we've seen a rise in homelessness in our community, and we have devoted resources to specifically work full-time in making contact and developing relationships with the homeless population in an effort to get them some needed help. During those contacts, we often ask them what brought them to Palm Springs, or if they're local homeless within the city of Palm Springs. Unfortunately, recently we've learned that we're seeing a fair share in our city from the west end of the county, and some being released from the county jail into our city's specific hotels. We've learned that there is a program by the Department of Infectious Diseases that is running in our city, in which they have transported 25 to 30 subjects from throughout the county to be housed in our hotel for 6 to 10 days. We've made attempts to contact the program manager to get some answers, to understand, to partner, and understand what this program is all about. If there's any checks and balances in regards to the release of these subjects into our city. And we've learned that all of them are in our city for the purpose of being quarantined for COVID-related matters. So it's disturbing to learn that of those 30, at least 4 to 5 were arrestees from the city of Riverside, Corona, Jurupa Valley, that served their sentence in county jail in Banning, and they were transported over into our city to be housed in our hotels for 7 to 10 days, and then released in our community. Again, we do not understand what level of checks and balances there are upon arrival, during their stay, And clearly, there doesn't appear to be any checks and balances after they are released because our staff has been in contact with them. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves working backwards by contacting the hotels, contacting our staff that's interviewing these people. I think the time is now more than ever for an important meeting with maybe the Board of Supervisors responsible for our area, because it's our understanding that Project Room Key, which is a separate program besides this one, is going to be refunded, and it's extremely important that we have a seat at the table, which we didn't at the last time, because we're having issues with the locations they're selecting within our city. I'll open up to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Chief. Are there any questions for the Chief? I see Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yes, Chief, I simply want to make certain I heard correctly and that the public heard correctly. Some of these 30 to 40 individuals were individuals who had been arrested for crimes and tested positive and were arrested for crimes in the western Coachella Valley and were transported by county officials to the city of Palm Springs without any notice to anyone in the city of Palm Springs other than the hotel. Is that correct?
Best of my knowledge, that is correct. And when you say the western area of the Coachella Valley, actually it's the western area of the county, from the cities of Riverside, Corona, Jurupa Valley, serving their sentence in Banning County Jail and then transported to our city. It is our understanding that this is an infectious disease program and that the county sheriff's department is just following the direction of that program as it relates to transporting to a specific hotel within our city. It is our understanding that there's only 2 hotels that have been selected for the entire county. One in the city of Palm Springs and the other one in the western area of our county, I believe in the city of Riverside.
I'll have a couple of comments later, but that's the last of my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, obviously this is incredibly disturbing, and given how much we've done, really take on the county's legal responsibility, which it's theirs under state law, and they get funded to address homelessness. For this to happen with no notification to us from the county is really outrageous in my view. And I appreciate your letting us know, Chief, that you're learning this from the individuals and not from the county, from the sheriff or the public health department, is really troubling. And no resources to help us in this, but not even notice. So I just encourage, I appreciate you've been trying to meet with them and they haven't, that we maybe elevate that and set up a meeting and include Supervisor Perez, who very well may not even know about this, and engage him on this. Our liaisons, Mayor Holstage and Councilmember Garner, should be part of that as well. And, report back to us as an agenda item at the next meeting so we can decide what actions, if any, we need to take. Because this cannot continue like this, and it's really unacceptable to our city, our residents, our businesses. This is happening with no notice or warning, and it really feels unfair. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Chief, are these individuals that you're finding out on the street and in our community, not who are currently housed? Is that right?
That is correct. We've contacted him in the street, and actually we re-arrested one that had warrants for his arrest.
So that they've been arrested in other cities and that they've been transported here and maybe housed in that one hotel and then released onto our streets. Is that right?
That's right. What we did when we interviewed them to learn how they landed in our city, we started working backwards in running their history. Everything they told us is accurate in regards to the city they've been arrested in, what they were arrested for, the time that they were serving in the county jail, when they were released, what hotel they were brought to in our city, and we followed up with that hotel, and they verified all that as well.
Thank you, Chief. Do you have a sense of the numbers involved here?
Mayor, we are in the early stages. We just learned of this over the past week and a half at best, and most of this information I just shared with you, we just learned over the past 72 hours. And we're just relying on the information that we're receiving from the hotel operator, who appears to be fairly cooperative. And we're learning 25 to 30. And who knows how many have been coming to our city. Again, we're going to need to have that sit down with the county and the person responsible for such a program, and hopefully they have some good record keeping, so we have a good understanding.
Thank you, Chief. Other questions for the Chief? Not seeing any. Thank you so much, Chief, for the report. I saw that Mayor Pro Tem Middleton has comments as well.
I want to echo Councilmember Corr's comments. This is absolutely unacceptable. There's no city in the Coachella Valley that's done more than the city of Palm Springs to work with the county on issues of homelessness. There's no city council that has worked more strenuously than we have. And we have taken every opportunity to try to be helpful and cooperative, and to have a program like this begin in our city without any notice to us, to the mayor, to Councilmember Garner, who work closely on these issues, to our city manager, to our police chief. The kind of cooperation that we have had in the past is at risk. And that cooperation is more important now than it ever has been before. We have a very, very large number of extremely angry residents and merchants. And we've now learned they have reason to be angry. This is a program that we will have to take every effort to reform and correct. And this can't happen again.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments at this time? I've learned to never follow Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. So we will move on. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to the City Manager. City Manager, did you have any other comments or reports?
Ready to move on with the balance of the agenda, Mayor.
Thank you. The next item is the consent calendar. So I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the items 1A, 1C, and 1L, which are removed for separate discussion. And we also have the added item, which is authorization to issue a letter to Governor Newsom regarding the lack of guidelines for corporate meetings and events. Can I have a motion to approve?
So approved as, will we also have the added item as a discussion item? I think we should, since the public is unaware of the contents. So if I can make that motion, add that to the motion.
So separate out that item for a separate discussion.
Yeah. As well as A, C, and L as you set forth.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion to approve?
I'll second.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve the consent calendar with those items pulled for separate discussion. And a second, City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Garner. I'm sorry, Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with a notation that Councilmember Garner is voting no on item 1J.
Thank you very much. So the first item that's pulled for separate discussion in the consent calendar is item 1A as an Apple approval to enter into a sponsorship funding agreement with the Palm Springs Art Museum. Councilmember Kors, you pulled this item.
I did. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify that this will fund the museum and it will fund the free night Thursdays at the same hours as pre-COVID for a year from when the museum is allowed to open, not just for 2 or 3 months. So that was my understanding, but I wanted to make sure that was council's understanding.
Based on direction that we had at the last meeting, what's in the agreement is that once they are able to reopen, that they would have to go back to the open Thursdays, and I'd have the city attorney affirm that. He did draft the agreement.
Yes, that's what's in the current draft. What I understand Councilmember Coors is asking is kind of when that time period starts and how long it lasts. Currently, or at least typically, our funding agreements last a fiscal year, and so this would begin July 1st, 2020, and go until June 30th, 2021. What I think I'm hearing Councilmember Coors say is that he would like the time frame to start when they reopen and last for a full year, even if that starts in, say, April of 2021. It would go for a full year after that. Is that correct, Councilmember Coors?
That's correct.
Yes, and actually that would be appropriate because they are under the current agreement, which, they haven't been able to open because of COVID, but once they are, then that would take effect. So it could be earlier than July.
Right. And it would last for a year from when it starts.
Correct, for the full fiscal year.
No, for a full 12 months.
Well, yes,
the
fiscal year will be 12 months, but if they open before the fiscal year begins, they would still be basically under the previous agreement. Well, I don't mean to confuse you. We have
regardless of when they open, this money, because they weren't able to fulfill the previous agreement, will begin to run for the free night Thursdays once they open for 12 months, whenever that may be.
That is correct, 12 months, because it would likely overlap 2 fiscal years if it starts after COVID and before the new fiscal year. So you are correct, 12 months.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
And that's what I was trying to accomplish last meeting, so thank you.
Councilmember Coors, was that a motion?
Sure, that's a motion.
Is there a second?
There is.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Coors, second by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Is there any further discussion? City Clerk, if we could have a vote, please.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item pulled for separate discussion is item 1C, a resolution of support for Senate Bill 314, the Bar and Restaurant Recovery Act. Councilmember Coors.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Senate Bill 314 was introduced by Senator Scott Wiener in the California Senate, and he's expecting to have its first hearing next month, and he's hoping to move this quickly. Assemblymember Chad Mays and Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia are both co-authors of the bill, and it has bipartisan support. And what this will do is something we've talked about as a council on how to do, which is it would allow the temporary pandemic regulation allowing expanded outdoor space with alcohol service to be made permanent if cities so choose. It also will make it easier for bars and restaurants to share commercial space and a number of other items. So I know this is really important to our business community. Obviously, we'd have rules on what expanded parklets would look like and how that would all work. But this would make it much easier to do this if this passes. So I wanted to just share that, and I'd like to make a motion that we pass the resolution in support and send it in to Senator Wiener's office.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Coors, seconded by Councilmember Woods. Can we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item pulled for separate discussion is item 1L, approval of a revised and restated animal shelter services agreement with Friends of the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. The city manager, if you could give a report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We just wanted to bring to your attention the supplemental staff report and revised agreement that was provided to you yesterday and is available for the public. The changes that are referenced related to the payment structure, as well as clarifying the city as the landlord's responsibility for major repairs to the shelter. Basically, the payment structure was revised at the request of Friends to reinstate the amount the city was paying them before COVID, with that increase occurring over 2 fiscal years. That increase would be $87,500 next fiscal year, and then again the following fiscal year after that, with an annual CPI adjustment the third year after that. And so we wanted to bring that to your attention and for a separate vote. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take any at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Assistant City Manager on this item? Is there any? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Just a comment that I'm really pleased that we've been able to restore some of the funding that we had to take away from the animal shelter last year.
Thank you. Any other comments or motion?
I'll make a motion.
I can second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Kors, seconded by Councilmember Garner. Can we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we have our added item, which I guess would be item 1M, as in mountains, or Palm Springs related theme there, to an authorization to issue a letter to Governor Newsom regarding the lack of guidelines for corporate meetings and events. If we could have a staff report, please.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, this is a request from the Visitors Bureau as well as the California Travel Association to send a letter to the state, essentially identifying the fact that California is the only state that currently has no guidelines for the safe reopening of corporate events, and requesting that the state implement some sort of guidelines at some point when it's safe to provide for those types of events. Those are obviously an important part of the local economy as well as the city's economy. So this action item would send that type of letter to the state.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, just briefly, this has been an issue we've been working on at the CVB. I got this morning from Scott White, so it came in after the agenda. And the goal is to get cities around the state, and they're working with others, to sign on to this so I can get to the governor in the next week. We also spoke about this with Speaker Rendon at the California Mayor's Coalition. And we're starting to see even group meetings in the fall and even into early next year looking to move somewhere else because there's no timeline, nothing on, if we meet certain guidelines, if there's a certain number of people vaccinated, there's just no guidelines at all from the state. And this isn't talking about big, Coachella or white party events. This is really focused on group meetings that can be controlled, who's coming, and things along those lines. So it's really trying to get the attention of the governor and the leadership in the legislature to work together with the tourism industry to come up with some guidelines for safe meetings moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership on that. I know this is a crucial element of our economy and our recovery and really important to the city of Palm Springs. So thank you to Councilmember Kors and Scott White at the CVB. Is there any other discussion on this or a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. Motion made by Councilmember Kors, seconded by me. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We need yes or no buttons on Zoom so we don't have to do so many roll call votes. Okay, the next item is item 5C, which we moved up when we approved the agenda, which is a consideration of the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism assessment. And then we'll move on to public hearing items for the public who's listening in. So if we could have a staff report on item 5C, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I just want to, if I can confirm with Aaron that our consultants and Mr. Hampton's on. Yes, okay. Great. Thank you, council and Mayor and members of council. We'd just like to note this is going to be a presentation from Mr. Hampton, our Director of the Tourism and the Convention Center. And one of the things that he's going to explain is this is a report on an assessment that they have done with regard to tourism. As you know, because of COVID, we reduced staff, and as part of this period where we haven't had conventions and been marketing tourism as much, they did an assessment. And the discussion has been for several years, is there a way, in essence, we can coordinate with the CVB, the Regional Tourism Bureau, and leverage our dollars with their dollars and potentially, in essence, have greater marketing depth and width and the ability to increase our resources that way. So the end result is this report has some interesting findings, and Mr. Hampton is going to explain those findings, and I believe he has the consultants with them. Also, Scott White, the director of the CVB, is here. So they are going to outline the report. They have some recommendations. This is a discussion item only, and City Council will then give us a direction of how you might want us to proceed. Changes that you may want to make, we ultimately would incorporate in through the budget process that's occurring over the next couple months. And obviously, we would get started in the new fiscal year, but there would be things that tourism would need to do before that preparation, and those will be explained as well. Thank you. So, Rob, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. And thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for having us this evening to talk about the recommendations and next steps for the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism and the Greater Palm Springs Convention and Visitors Bureau's collaboration. This has been a year-long process, and conversations started before COVID. However, once COVID hit, we recognized the importance of this partnership to continue our momentum as a premier visitor destination. So I want to introduce those on the call today. Scott White, President and CEO of the Greater Palm Springs CVB. Colleen Pace, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer of the Greater Palm Springs CVB. Our consultants from CFO by Design, Julie Hart and Tammy Canavan, who will review the assessment process and the recommendations. So I'm going to turn it over to Julie Hart. And Aaron, if we could start the slideshow.
Fantastic. Good evening, everybody. We'll give Aaron just a second to get the slideshow up. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. So the tourism assessment, so Rob and City Manager Reddy have already kind of given you an overview of kind of the purpose and what we're hoping to accomplish with this. The real goals we have here are how do we leverage and amplify the efforts that are happening at the City of Palm Springs with the visitor economy, and how do we grow that most effectively? So that's kind of the bottom line of what we're hoping to accomplish. We'll go to the next slide, please. So we're going to look a little bit about how did we do the work that we did. I do really want to be respectful of everyone's time. I know that everyone has already received the assessment and has had a chance to review it, so we don't want to spend too much time on this. But on kind of the middle part where it talks about our scope of work and our methodology, that's going to be kind of the how and what of what we did. The most important piece that I really want to point out is that second bullet point, that's interviews with tourism stakeholders. You know, that was the most critical piece of what we did throughout this process. And it really was so necessary for us to understand Palm Springs, to understand what was important to your tourism stakeholders and what was really important to the city. So we affectionately called that our listening tour. And Rob and Tammy and I really enjoyed the ability to connect with the stakeholders and learn as much as we could. That was what was singularly most important. On the right-hand side, you see the deliverables. You've already seen our report, so you know that there was a lot of information in that, so that just kind of gives you the big picture of what we're looking at. But if you go to kind of that bottom bullet that we look at there, it's really the bottom line. What are the recommendations and what do those look like? So let's go ahead and dive into that. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the recommendations, and you're going to see there's really kind of three parts to this. And so what that means is that our recommendations are built on active collaboration between everyone in the community who's invested in growing the visitor economy. So that first piece that we're going to look at is really talking about the Bureau of Tourism. And, you know, they have done a fantastic job for a long time. And so what we're recommending is giving them the opportunity to really refine and focus on what they have done really well and what the community finds most valuable in the work that they do. And that's really those close-in markets, keeping their finger on the pulse of the community, and really the digital marketing piece, because that allows them to be nimble and flexible and to react to what their stakeholders want and need. And that's what they've done really well. And then the next part we're looking at, and this is where we really get into how do we leverage and amplify our resources. What we're recommending is that the Bureau of Tourism enter into a contract with the Greater Palm Springs CVB. And this will be a contract that is specifically focused on Palm Springs, the community stakeholders, and growing the visitor economy there, with a bigger focus on looking at the long-range visitors, the ones that generally cost a little more and a little harder to get to. So that's where we want them focusing their energies, but really so we can reduce cost, and you're going to hear me say this, leverage and amplify what we're doing, because that's the part that's really important, and to increase collaboration between all the entities. So how are we going to do that? We'll talk about this in a little bit of detail. One thing I want to be clear is that this is going to initiate a new department and a new director position at the CVB. This is not going to be work that will be folded in to existing CVB activities. It's going to be a new department with a specified director who will be singularly focused on the city of Palm Springs. The reporting structure is still going, this contract will still report to Rob, the general manager of the convention center, the same way the Bureau of Tourism reports to him. So we've still got that built-in accountability and consistent reporting structure. And this contract would be funded through a contract through the Bureau of Tourism, because our goal, again, is to make sure we can leverage what the Bureau of Tourism is doing. So that's how this would be funded. The other piece that's really critical for success in this and what we're looking for in that collaboration is that we've been really excited about the Palm Springs Tourism Strategic Advisory Board that has been created. This is a very impressive group of community leaders, and we're going to show you a list of them in just a second. It's 15 people from your community with really diverse backgrounds. We wanted to have a wide representation. We're really excited because they unanimously were supportive of these recommendations, and that was really important to us. Obviously, the community has got to have support and buy-in for what we're recommending, and they'll be actively involved in the program development and review and oversight. So we can go to the next slide, please. So this is a list of those community members. I won't read off all the names. I'm sure some of these names are familiar. There might be a few new ones. I did really want to take a quick minute, though, to give a special thank you. There have been some people who've been involved for almost a year with us. They were involved in our first round of interviews and still are involved. And that's going to be Jeffrey Bernstein, Michael Green, and Joy Meredith. They all have been so engaged and committed, and were there with us at the beginning and have been with us the entire way. So really wanted to give them a special shout out. But the entire group has been really dedicated and passionate. It's been fun for Tammy and I to see the passion for the community. We can go to the next slide, please. So if you're visual like I am, sometimes it helps to see what is this structure going to look like. So you'll see that Strategic Advisory Committee up on the left-hand side. And so that's going to be the group, again, that's really kind of the voice of the community. They're going to be that community engagement, the stakeholder piece. They're going to look at metrics. They're going to look at performance. They're going to have feedback on programs, because we want to make sure the work that's happening fits the needs of the community. Then if we kind of get into the details, I'll kind of start on that bottom left with Randy and Kara. And really, first, I just want y'all to know, I'm sure y'all already know this, they are fantastic and have been an absolute delight to work with. They are so valued by your stakeholders. They have their finger on the pulse. And so they are going to continue the great work they've been doing with the Bureau of Tourism under Rob's direction. So that piece is not, we're not looking at making any changes there. So when we look at that right side, this is what's going to be new and is really, again, going to help us leverage and amplify what we're doing. So we're going to have that new position at the CVB. That position will report up to Colleen. So Colleen will have oversight of this position. And then Colleen is going to be that liaison with that dotted line over to Rob to make sure that we're, again, really continuing that collaboration and have good accountability across those contract deliverables. Go to the next slide, please. And I'm going to apologize. This is a little bit of an eye chart, so we're not going to read all of these to y'all. But what I really want to point out is up at the top, you're going to see kind of that big umbrella, the Palm Springs Convention Center and Bureau of Tourism. And what that really is pointing out is the structure and accountability that we know and that exists now is going to stay there. So the people who are overseeing the efforts that you have going now are going to continue to be those same people. We're just going to be able to bring more resources to the table. What you see on that left side is really just the focus of what's going to happen for the Bureau of Tourism. The middle piece is, what is that director? What are they specifically going to be responsible for? And then that right-hand side is, I think it was where we're really going to be able to take advantage of some efficiencies. These are the resources the CVB has that this director and the Bureau of Tourism through this contract are going to be able to tap into to better build the visitor economy here in Palm Springs. So one more slide. We can go to the next one. So we're going to keep talking about collaboration. It's important, and it's what's making this work. So what you're seeing on the left is what the work we've already completed. You've seen that through the report that we've given, through what we've talked about already, so I won't go into detail there. But what's important is what's up next. So what we're looking at for our next steps is that we want to draft a contract with a specific scope of work between the CVB and the Bureau of Tourism. This contract, and I want to make sure everyone kind of understands how this is going to function, is just going to be for the salary and benefits for that director position. This is not going to be a, hey, we want you to do all of our marketing and here's a huge check. It's going to be just for those salaries and benefits. When we're looking at those marketing plans and those programs, that's still going to come through the Bureau of Tourism and remain under the same reporting structure that it has now. So it will have that exact same reporting structure, but with the benefit of the resources of the CVB, along with the collaboration with the Tourism Advisory Committee. So we're going to have a lot more people really engaged in what we're doing to grow the visitor economy. So after that, then we're obviously going to have to start recruiting. We need to find the right person, and there will be a hiring committee for that. So I think that's going to be a job that is going to be well sought after. I think a lot of people are going to be really interested in that. And then our advisory committee meets quarterly. Their next meeting is going to be in April. So I know that was kind of a big picture overview, but I also know that y'all have had some time to look at the report and kind of go through this and possibly have some other conversations. So with that, Rob and the team and I are more than happy to answer any questions or listen to any comments that you may have.
Thank you so much for that. And we appreciate you joining us. And we got to all be in a Zoom meeting room here together, so we actually get to see your faces. So thank you for all the work that you do for this city. We very much appreciate it. And thank you for taking this next step to analyze this. So are there council member questions or comments at this time? Councilmember Kors.
Sure. So I want to echo the thank you for your work on this. I think over the last few years, at least since I've been on council, one of the concerns has been the duplication of work, right? Sending 2 full teams to trade shows, and instead of just one person from Palm Springs in the CVB booth, and that we really could either reduce our expenses or take our existing expenses and really expand them to bring, new things to the city. And I think this is just a great opportunity to do this, being on the CVB for the last few years and being a liaison to our tourism organizations locally. It was really great to see from your work that everyone was on board with this. And I think that really want to give Rob credit. since he's been here, on working on that collaboration and really focused on how we as a valley leverage resources and how we as a city will benefit from all the in-house work that the CVB does and the cost savings, and not sending two different summer campaigns out that confuse people. And so many things that were, everything still worked great, but this really is a chance to leverage the best of both. And I really appreciate the recommendation in the report on focusing our Bureau of Tourism, to become uniquely Palm Springs, a campaign we launched a couple of years ago, to focus on all our great local businesses that, not just the drive market, but people within 60, 90 miles could come for a day or one night and get to have experiences and go to stores and restaurants that don't exist anywhere else in the world, to really help those businesses as well. So I'm very excited by this. I thought the report was really thorough and really appreciate all that everyone's done to move this forward. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And we thank you all who are in this Zoom room with us, but not all of the stakeholders who participated in this process. So we would be remiss, since they're volunteering their time, to give input about our city as a destination and how to move forward. So thank you to everyone on that list who's helped with this effort. Other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Wood.
I'm muted. There we go. First, I want to say that to Colleen and Scott, nice background with the Southwest jet say now arriving. Thank you very much for that. It's coming directly into PSP, I'm sure. So we appreciate that very much. I think anytime we can have an economies of scale, we can save money, we can enjoy resources, and we can make a better campaign while this is really the important part, while still supporting our small ends, which are so vital to our economy and makes us so unique. So I think that part of it is really a benefit and something I can support. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Other council member comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I just want to echo all of the compliments that have been given by everyone. I also want to thank Councilmember Coors, who's really taken this up as a passion from the first time that he stepped on City Council back in the end of 2015. So I know this is there are an awful lot of folks who deserve credit this evening for what we're doing and moving forward. And I think we found a really elegant solution that preserves both the importance of valley-wide cooperation on tourism issues and the unique nature of the Palm Springs market.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from council members? Or motions? Or this is direction, right? So this is not for a vote. Is that right, City Clerk?
That is correct. You're correct.
So is there any direction that council wants to give in terms of this report and how to move forward?
Yeah, I think the direction is to move forward, right? So we'll start this in the budget process, how this is going to work, and the folks from the various groups will work together on that. And then, the CVB will work with the convention center and we'll bring stuff back to council, as I think the city manager said during the budget process. So I think the main direction that's needed is that we're in support of moving forward, which it sounds like everyone is.
Thank you. Any other direction at this time? Dang it, you've done all the hard work for us and then you bring it towards us when it's wrapped with a bow. So we do appreciate you doing that and all your work on this. So thank you. And it looks like we have unanimous consensus. I'm looking at head nods to move forward with this plan. Thank you so much. Is there anything else, Rob or Scott, that you'd like to say at this time before we move forward?
I'd just like to say that I've been here now for 10 years, and to have this city council and this team at the convention center and the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism and bringing us all together, collaborating is so important, especially with everything happening right now with the pandemic. It's exciting. It really gets me energized, and I think it's really going to help us succeed. And, you know, as a destination, we're competing on a national and an international scale with places that have a lot of firepower. So the more that we can be efficient and be collaborative and working together is just going to help us be successful. And our number one goal is to bring all the jobs back and to grow our economy, and look forward to working with all of you. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay in our little Zoom room if you'd like. We get lonely here.
The snacks are good.
The next item is item 2A, a public hearing to consider an application for Class 1 Historic Resource Designation of the Sutter residence located at 1207 Calle de Maria. Staff report, please.
Madam Chair and members of the City Council, this item before you is a request for historic designation of the Sutter residence, which is located in the Deepwell neighborhood. The residence was designed by E. Stuart Williams, who is one of our important local architects. Mr. Williams designed the Frank Sinatra residence, the Oasis building, Coachella Valley Savings buildings, and the Palm Springs Art Museum, among other buildings. And so this is one of his residences that he designed. If you've seen the exterior of the residence, it's kind of a unique melding of brutalist architecture as well as containing details of mid-century architecture. There have been some modifications to the residence over the years that include the enclosure of the carport, an addition, and a removal of the concrete wall at the pool terrace. Just going to images of the residence on the upper left, you see the residence soon after its completion. I believe that photo is from 1961. And then the lower photo on the left is the residence as it appears today. Again, very striking in its form. It's certainly a residence that catches your eye as you're walking through the neighborhood, with the very solid concrete form of the living room block there at the corner. In the original picture, the delicate details of the breeze block wall, as well as the glass panels on the front to provide privacy. In terms of the action by the Historic Site Preservation Board, after reviewing the Historic Resources Report, they found that the residence qualified for designation under Criterion 5, that being the work of a master architect. However, they did have some concern with the modifications that have been made to the residence, and based on those findings, they recommended that it be designated as a Class 2 structure, or as we call it, a structure of historic merit. And so that is the recommendation of the Historic Site Preservation Board. One of the things I want to point out, and we had this discussion a few weeks back as we were talking about the Racket Club property, is Class 2 designation is just as important as Class 1. Class 2 designation, structures of historic merit, have the same protections as Class 1. They're also eligible for the same benefits in terms of qualifying for a Mills Act contract for reduction of property taxes, as well as the city providing a plaque to mark the property. And this residence in particular being the work of E. Stuart Williams, as I mentioned, one of our important local architects. Designation is important because it tells the story not only of the architect, but of the architectural heritage that we have here in Palm Springs. So again, the recommendation from the Historic Site Preservation Board is to designate this as a Class 2 structure. With that, that concludes my staff report to you. Mr. Vaught, who composed the Historic Resources Report, is available as part of the public testimony, and I'll be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Are there questions of staff before we open the public comment? The public hearing. Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I noticed in the report that it says, in making the recommendation to the City Council, the HSPB petitioned the recommendation that if the property owner restores the milky white glass in the screen wall on the north side of the house, the site would automatically be elevated to Class 1. And it says the city attorney invalidated this condition, noting that the ordinance doesn't provide for anything automatic. And that the work would have to be done first and then renominated. So I just wanted to ask maybe city attorney or the planning director, so I understand this. And that if that's the rules, that's the rules, and that makes sense. But would the applicant have to go through a whole nother process, including paying another fee, if that was to move forward? Because that is an issue I was just concerned about.
So in terms of the process, they would have to go through the public hearing process again before the Historic Site Preservation Board and the City Council. In terms of the preparation of materials, if they were to change out the glass panels, we wouldn't ask for an update to the historic resource report. We could just do an addendum to it. It would be fairly simple. Just again, the only thing that's really necessary is to have the public hearings. We don't have a fee for the application, so that would be waived in this instance.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's my only question, Madam Mayor.
Other questions for staff? Not seeing any. I'd like to open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present their case. If requested, the applicant will have 2 additional minutes at the end for rebuttal. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, if you could go ahead and bring in the applicant to present their case.
Steve Vaught, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 5 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable members of the City Council and the city staff. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you regarding the nomination of the Theodore and Marguerite Sutter residence to become a Class II historic landmark. It was my honor to have been asked to research and write this nomination, which was before you tonight for consideration. And I have to tell you, after digging into the home's history and its architecture, I'm deeply convinced this home deserves landmark status for a number of reasons, not the least being that it was designed by one of the desert's most admired mid-century modernists, E. Stuart Williams. But it isn't just that it's a Williams design, although that's special in itself. It's how he handled the challenges its design presented that truly make it stand out today. On the surface, when this house was first built, it seemed pretty straightforward and simple. A retiring business executive and his wife who wanted a desert home built on a lot they purchased in Deepwell. It was to be just for the two of them, an occasional visiting family with no plans for major entertaining. They wanted a simple home, easy to maintain, that would allow them to enjoy the desert in peace and quiet. Simple as that. But it turned out not to be so simple. For one thing, it was the lot. It was so small and on a very prominent corner, and it came with certain building restrictions. Williams found the tract covenants required a 25-foot setback on the street sides and 10 feet on the interior, which in effect absorbed 58% of the total area. With only 42% left to work with, Williams decided the most efficient use of space was to design the house in the form of a square. Included in that square was a large swimming pool, which he intended to make not only the focal point of the design, but part of the house itself, at least spiritually. The next challenge was its corner location. Williams had the balance between a house that was highly visible from the street, yet still give his clients complete privacy without turning it into a bunker. And that's where his genius really kicked in my opinion. And what he did was he turned the house inward, away from the public side, and on the inward side, he basically made it almost entirely of glass. Yet miraculously, he managed to open up the street facades as well through a glassed-in entrance patio and a big vertical window in the living room. These were made of obscure glass so as to allow light to enter, but not prying eyes. The result was a light and airy interior, which is yet of complete privacy. And the other remarkable thing about this house is the style, which Williams chose for it, which is brutalist. The idea of introducing brutalism into Deepwell, which is made up of more traditional mid-century and ranch houses, and make it work, and work beautifully, shows what an incredible talent we were blessed with in E. Stuart Williams. The house is made up almost entirely of industrial-age materials such as concrete, steel, aluminum, and glass, yet there's nothing cold about it. If you've been to that house, you get an immediate sense of warmth and welcome. The Sutter residence represents a very different, yet surprisingly compatible branch of the mid-century spectrum. I've never tired of marveling how much Williams achieved with this fascinating house in both style and in livability, and how he managed to sneak in some international big city sophistication into the tract and make something that shines but doesn't overwhelm. I've spent so much time studying this house, I feel like it's become an old friend, and I'm delighted to have come to know the homeowner, Stephen Rose. He's an ardent historic preservationist who loves this house, and he will do anything, he'll do all he can to preserve it and keep it in a way that it can be a true asset to the magnificent aggregation of historic structures for which Palm Springs is world-renowned. I ask you please designate this worthy property as a Palm Springs historic landmark. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there other public comments?
There are 2 additional ones. Barbara Marshall, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could mute the live video.
Historic structures for which Palm Springs is world-renowned. I ask you please designate this worthy property as a Palm Springs historic landmark. Thank you so much for your time.
You're good to go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Barbara Marshall from the Palm Springs Preservation Foundation. PSPF was happy to prepare this nomination on behalf of the owner of the Sutter residence, Mr. Stephen Rose, and we're confident Mr. Rose will be a great steward of this important E. Stewart Williams designed property. As is becoming routine, I'd like to commend another scholarly nomination by Steve Vaught. Like all talented writers, Steve possesses the rare ability to make routine facts interesting and interesting facts fascinating, and his report on the Sutter residence is no exception. Steve recently agreed to become a PSPF advisor, and we are thrilled to add his impressive academic credentials to our board. PSPF enthusiastically supports this nomination and asks that you please designate the Sutter residence a City of Palm Springs historic resource. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Stephen Rose, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi there. I've been coming to Palm Springs for over 35 years. And when I first came, I was amazed by the architecture here. And I saw this little house in Deepwell that I was fascinated with. It looked like a little bank building. And obviously, since E. Stewart Williams designed many wonderful bank buildings in Palm Springs, it fascinated me for years.
Hello, Mr. Vaught.
I would always drive by it. I loved it. And finally, I'm honored to be its current custodian. When I acquired the house, my close friends, Brad Dunning and Tracy Conrad, thought it was a slam dunk for a Class 1 historic nomination and asked me to use PSPF to write the nomination and be a part of it. And I've been absolutely thrilled with Stephen and Barbara. A little confused about Class 1 versus Class 2, but I totally support the city, and whatever everyone decides is fine with me as long as we can enjoy this wonderful house as a landmark for the city of Palm Springs and acknowledge the beautiful work of E. Stewart Williams in a very interesting house. There's not a day that goes by where people don't stop their cars, take pictures, and are fascinated by the house. And again, I'm proud to be its custodian. So I thank the council and the group for making this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We'll disconnect. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment, and Steve Vaught has waived the rebuttal period.
Thank you. Then we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council? Councilmember Kors.
Just want to say it was a great report. Thank you, Mr. Vaught and the Preservation Foundation. It really does bring these houses to life when you read these. And so it was great, and I'm happy to move this forward, the staff and HSPV recommendation forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm very happy to second this. The home is in Deepwell. It's in my district. It's a home I've driven by numerous times, and Mr. Vaught really nailed it when he said there was a challenge in building a home of this nature in the neighborhood where it's at and having it fit in, and it fits in just wonderfully and beautifully.
Thank you. So there's a motion made by Councilmember Kors and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Is there further discussion from council members? If I can, just for the owner, since he just stated, Director Fag, if you could describe the difference between Class 1 and Class 2, please.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to. Really, the only distinction between Class 1 and Class 2 is the assessment of integrity. And when we talk about integrity, we mean it more or less represents the structure or the building as when it was originally constructed or designed. And so that's really the only distinction. As I had mentioned, the benefits and the protections are the same for Class 1 and Class 2.
Thank you. I'm sure that the applicant or the owner can contact you with any further questions about that. And thank you to everyone for your work on this. The photos of the original house are really just stunning, especially the features pointed out in that report. So we hope that the owner, we know that he'll take good care of it and restore it to its glory. So thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 5A, consideration of an administrative analysis and conformity report for a proposed 46-unit single-family development on tribal trust land on a 7.59-acre parcel at the southwest corner of East Tahquitz Canyon Way and South Hermosa Drive. If we could have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. This particular item, the development called View, is proposed for a parcel within the Section 14 specific plan that is on tribal trust land. And as you may be aware, tribal trust land is exempt from the city's zoning regulations. However, per the agreement with the tribe, they give us the opportunity to review the application and provide suggested conditions of approval, so that way we can coordinate issues of development, utilities, services, etc. And so that's what you have before you this evening is an administrative analysis and conformity report on this specific project. In terms of the proposed development, it will have 46 single-family units. They will have both 1- and 2-story designs ranging from about 1,800 to 2,600 square feet in area. They will be on individual lots that are between 5,000 and 6,100 square feet in area. There will also be perimeter landscaping around it, and it will be a gated community. The View development is very similar in terms of the landscaping and design of the Vibe project, which is located at Farrell and Baristo. The site plan is the image that you see here now on the screen, again showing the layout of the residences. The primary entrance to the development will be on South Hermosa Drive, and it will have a gated entry here, a gated vehicular entry here. There will be a second emergency access point also on Hermosa Drive that will only be for emergencies. In terms of the landscaping around the perimeter, there will be a 20-foot landscape area at the border of the site. There will be street trees to shade the sidewalk, and then both on the Tahquitz frontage and on the Hermosa frontage, there will be pedestrian amenities, a seating area in both of those areas, and then on the Hermosa frontage, there will be a small dog area, dog lawn there. The units, as I had indicated, will be both 1 story and 2 stories in height. There are 3 different plans with numerous different variations, both in the floor plan and in the elevations. Again, the architecture and the site design is very similar to the Vibe development. In terms of the administrative analysis relative to the impacts on the city, the project report indicates that the applicant will pay all of the city's standard impact fees. And so that includes things such as Quimby fees, which help to fund our park construction, also our sewer impact fees, as well as our TUMP fees and other fees. The applicant will also pursue the establishment of a community facility district, which helps to fund our police and fire services. And so that will not be an impact to the city. And then finally, in terms of utilities, we have those available in the adjacent rights of way to properly serve this development. Relative to the conformity analysis, we reviewed the project relative to the standards in our Section 14 specific plan. And again, the tribe's development is not subject to the city's zoning regulations. However, in analyzing the project, the residences are generally in conformance to the city's R1E single-family standards, with some exceptions. As I noted, there is the use of a vehicular gate. As council is probably aware, in our general plan, we talk about eliminating vehicular gates and connecting with the city's grid and sidewalks. Also, there is a lack of internal common open space within the development. That's something that we would typically have if it were a city project. And then one other thing that we would like to bring to the developer's attention is perhaps the addition of individual pedestrian gates for those lots that front on the perimeter of the project, thereby giving individual residents direct access to the amenities on the exterior of the project. One of the things that we would recommend is that with the adoption of this project and the development of this project, I'd recommend that we make some changes to our specific plan to bring it in line with the Section 14 plan, particularly in terms of the land use designation. The parcel on which the development sits is designated RA, which is resort attraction. And while it does allow multifamily housing, it doesn't allow single family. And so for that reason, what I would recommend is, as a future action, staff will pursue an amendment to the Section 14 specific plan to designate this development parcel and the adjacent undeveloped parcel from resort attraction to high-density residential. We have discussed this change with tribal staff. They feel that housing is the appropriate use in that specific area based on the way that the Section 14 plan is building out. In addition, that change will help the city achieve its goals relative to housing availability and the upcoming regional housing needs assessment numbers that we'll need to meet. And so this project will assist us with those associated changes in meeting some of our housing goals. So with that, we are recommending approval of the administrative analysis and conformity report. We would request that tribal staff consider the following: the elimination of the vehicular gates, consideration of providing common open space within the development, and then the addition of individual pedestrian gates in the perimeter wall. We haven't included those in the suggested conditions of approval, but if council would like to include those, your action tonight would be to add those to the suggested conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I do have comments. I really appreciate having this presentation, and I do want to state for the public that as a city council, we get to weigh in, we get to review this project and give these recommendations to the tribe, but obviously the tribe can decide on their own what they want to do with this project. It's a bit of take it or leave it, but we do really appreciate the opportunity to weigh in, and sometimes our suggestions are taken and sometimes they aren't. So we'll see what happens this time. That said, I really appreciate that there's going to be shade trees on the street, as well as pedestrian areas and seating. That's as it's proposed in the project. I really love that, and I think that helps us to become a more walkable city when there's actually shade and places to sit as we travel, and especially because of the location. It's an area where we do get a lot of pedestrians, but it can be a little bit hard on them because we don't have a lot of shade on that street in Tuckwitz. I also support the recommendations by staff in terms of the pedestrian entry, the gates, and the open space. And I would like to add those in as conditions of approval. I think that just shows that it's a stronger recommendation from council. And one thing I want to mention about the pedestrian access is, I live in the very, very back of a community, and it completely blocks me from being able to use the bus stop, from being able to see my friends whose homes I can see, and if I could jump over the wall, I could be in their backyards practically. But there's just no access. And that makes it really difficult for me to enjoy that area as a pedestrian. And I think that there's a lot of people like that. So having pedestrian access on multiple sides of a community really helps, again, to make things more walkable. So I just wanted to point that out to people, because I think sometimes we're so car dependent that we don't realize how beneficial it is to have that pedestrian access all around.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner, for your comments. Just to clarify, you support all of the staff recommendations to include them in conditions, or is it just 2 out of 3?
I support all of them. I just couldn't quite remember the last one, the open space.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yeah. I also support all of the recommendations that were made by staff. I think they're very appropriate recommendations. I particularly am pleased to see us move forward to update the general plan to include more areas as zoned for residential and R1. We need to build far, far more housing than we are building, and housing across the entire range of affordability. So I thank the tribe and the developers for coming together and producing a project that should be very successful. I got a little whiplash reading the report because I kept looking at those homes thinking I'd seen them before, and almost all of them I had seen before. They're very, very duplicative of what was done at Vibe, and Vibe has been a very successful project.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Other comments from council members or motions?
If there are no other comments, I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendations and include them in conditions of approval.
Second.
Thank you. Sounded like from your comments that was a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Or anything else council members would like to include in that motion? Seeing none, there's a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you could call the vote, please.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a special visitor behind me. Okay, so I've gotten a request from my council member for a break. So if we could go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We usually say 10 minutes, but it ends up being 15 minutes. So let's take a 15-minute break and we will come back at that time. Thank you. Thank you. So our next item is item 5B, discussion regarding the establishment of a hero pay ordinance for frontline grocery and retail pharmacy employees. If we can have a staff report, please.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As you mentioned, this is a discussion item regarding a potential hero pay ordinance. This is not agendized for adoption, but instead is only for discussion and possible direction. The Council requested at the last Council meeting that we bring this back. The global health pandemic has certainly emphasized the importance of workers in industries that are highlighted as essential, and that includes frontline grocery and retail pharmacy workers. Due to the virus, millions of frontline grocery and retail pharmacy workers nationwide have had to face new job-related hazards that were not previously considered to be especially dangerous. In September of 2020, the Riverside County Health Director reported that the highest number of COVID outbreaks in the region between July and September were reported to stem from grocery stores. At the same time, a recent study indicated that top retail companies had a 39% increase in profit, averaging an extra $16.9 billion in 2020. Due to these shifting emergency situations, at the beginning of the pandemic, a number of grocery companies initially provided extra COVID-related compensation to their workers. This bonus, commonly known as a hero pay, often was implemented as a temporary hourly wage increase or a one-time bonus for the essential workers. However, as the impacts of the pandemic subsided in June, many retail companies ended their temporary wage increase, and there has not yet been a meaningful commitment to restoring it. More recently, the vaccination effort has included vaccinations being done at local retail pharmacies, thereby putting these essential workers at an increased risk of exposure as well. As a result, a number of cities have either considered or have adopted hero ordinances. The one that is presented for your discussion and consideration tonight is based primarily on the Long Beach version of the ordinance. The ordinance applies to certain grocery stores and pharmacies. Specifically, the grocery store or pharmacy needs to have 300 workers nationwide, as well as 15 workers in the city of Palm Springs locally. In addition, for grocery stores, the store must devote either 70% of their business or 15,000 square feet of their floor space to food products of some sort. If the ordinance applies to the store, then hourly workers are required to be paid an extra $4 per hour. Other cities and counties have adopted these ranges from $3 to $5. This one proposes a $4 per hour increase. The ordinance does not apply to managers, supervisors, or exempt employees. And it's a temporary measure. It's only in effect for 120 days or 4 months unless it's extended. The ordinance requires specific notification to employees, similar to existing employee safety and employee rights provisions, and it requires records to be kept by the employing store for 2 years. With regard to enforcement, the ordinance is primarily intended to be enforced as a private right of action by workers themselves. It technically would be a municipal code requirement and an ordinance of the city, so technically it would be a municipal code violation for an employer to violate it, but it's really intended to be enforced privately. And the ordinance provides for attorney's fees for a successful employee if they are wronged under the ordinance, as well as liquidated damages of 2 times the amount that is wrongfully withheld from them. Finally, the hero pay can be exempted by a employer that enters into a collective bargaining agreement with its employees that clearly exempts those employees from the extra pay. Those are the primary provisions of the proposed ordinance. There have been variations on this ordinance that have either been considered or adopted by other jurisdictions. The staff report includes a chart that identifies some of the different the variations of this type of ordinance. As the council is aware, the city of Coachella recently adopted an ordinance that covers, in addition to grocery stores, also restaurants and agriculture workers, and is considering whether or not to continue that protection for agricultural workers. And so it's also within the council's purview, should you decide to do so, to consider whether or not to extend the protections of this HERO ordinance to other essential workers. That concludes my staff presentation. I'm certainly available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, City Attorney, and thank you for all of your work in bringing this forward and for that presentation. Are there council member comments or questions? Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, I just want to share a little bit more that Mayor Holstege and I have been on a number of calls with business stakeholders. There was a Zoom today that we put on with the Chamber, and thank the City Attorney for being on that as well. And we got a lot of feedback on that, primarily from grocery stores, also from the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. We heard from a restaurant and several others on this. And so we want to just summarize it briefly, and then it will be available for folks to watch and hear the comments themselves. But for the most part, the grocery stores expressed their concern that this would have unintended consequences. They shared that while they said they definitely had greater income, they also had greater expenses. They talked about hero pay and bonuses and some raises that they've given. We heard from Jensen's, which is a smaller local grocery, but has enough stores that they would qualify. And their real concerns if they could keep their Palm Springs stores open and what they would do if they would change to more automatic checkouts so there are no cashiers, raising their prices, or potentially not keeping the store. So just sort of laid out their concerns. We heard from the unions about, especially from an economist, that some of the grocery stores, at least the publicly traded ones, made very large profits and did stock buybacks, and that they believe they have the funds and should be providing this pay. So I don't know if there's anything you would add to that, Mayor, but that's just sort of a brief summary. We said we'd summarize it briefly for council, but I do encourage council and members of the public who are interested to watch the presentation, because you really do get to hear from people with different views on this, and I thought it was very helpful. And I really appreciate Nona Watson and the Chamber staff who really did outreach. I know we heard that we hadn't, but actually there was a lot of outreach to every grocery store. They went door to door to make sure that they knew about this, and all of our grocery stores were were present, and a number of restaurants and others were present. So there was a lot of outreach before we were even discussing it for the first time, let alone not voting on it tonight. So I really appreciate the Chamber's help in that, and I really appreciate the efforts we made to do that kind of outreach ahead of time. So I have some thoughts on this, and let me share them. So first, frontline essential workers have put their health and their lives at risk during the COVID pandemic, and they truly are heroes. So I want to thank Mayor Holstege for bringing forward this item on hero hazard pay for discussion tonight. The Palm Springs City Council took early steps in the pandemic to require greater safety measures for workers due to the hazards they were facing, and we've been a leader in enforcing public health rules. I share the desire for these workers to be both recognized and appropriately compensated for their work and the risks they have taken to perform their jobs. That said, I do have some concerns about the draft ordinance that I want to raise for the discussion, and also some ideas I want to share. As always, we need to consider the full impacts of the ordinance, both the intended and unintended consequences. I believe we should be focused on the goal of how to best support the equitable safety, recognition, and compensation for workers at the greatest risk from COVID. And I don't think we fully achieved that in the draft, and I know this is a draft. So let me share first some of the concerns I have. I think by selecting two categories of workers, in this case grocery and pharmacy retail, we leave out the majority of the frontline workers who are equally deserving. As a council, if we're going to pass an ordinance to support workers, I believe we either should treat all essential workers the same, or if not, that we look at the people at high risk of getting COVID and death as a result. According to the UCSF study, which we've talked about before, the 5 jobs with a 50% or higher increased rate of death due to COVID from the year before are in order: cooks, packaging and filling machine operators, agricultural workers, and bakers. If we continue to those occupations with a 40% or higher rate of death, the study lists construction laborers, production workers, sewing machine operators, shopping, shipping, receiving, and traffic clerks, and ground maintenance workers. We know during the fall from Riverside County that grocery workers, groceries were the result of the highest cluster in the county during September, October, and November. But we also know that healthcare workers and first responders have been working under extremely challenging conditions throughout the pandemic. We know that from our own police and fire department, where we've had a large number of officers and firefighters, paramedics out due to COVID. And I believe if we want to move something forward, I would hope we will do it in a fair and equitable way for the workers who took on the greatest hazard and risk. Second, the draft ordinance states it will only apply to large employers and is defined as employers with over 300 employees. The City of Palm Springs government itself employs well over 300 people. Yet the draft ordinance, like the ordinances in other cities, would exclude the city workers, even though many of our employees have been at increased risk and working under very stressful situations. City employees actually agreed to give up contractually agreed upon pay at our request when we suffered a huge projected budget shortfall. If we move forward with something mandating employers pay certain workers additional pay, we should include city employees who fall within the high-risk definition as well. In addition, workers are equally at risk and deserving of recognition and support who work for a business with 300 employees and work for a business with 200 employees or 100 employees. And given the goal is to help workers at high risk, I think this distinction doesn't make sense. Also, I want to note, and it came up on our meeting today, that some companies have voluntarily raised minimum wage, given bonuses, provide hero and hazard pay, and other benefits. For example, Jensen's reported that they've paid $2 more an hour since March 2020. So I'd like us to think about how we take that into account in the ordinance so it's fair to the people who actually did the right thing and paid their workers hero pay so they don't have to pay double. In addition, this would be a City of Palm Springs ordinance while the majority of the workers will not be Palm Springs residents. As a result, a Palm Springs resident who works, let's just say for Whole Foods in Palm Desert or Walmart in any other city in the Valley would not get hero hazard pay, yet workers from those cities who work in Palm Springs would get the extra pay. While I support all workers being treated fairly, I think we as a council should focus on how we also help our residents in high-risk jobs, even if they don't work in Palm Springs. From my research, the company with the highest increase in profits and the one that has likely had the largest negative impact on our local business is Amazon. Amazon delivers a ton of goods into our city that people used to buy at our small businesses, yet they are included. I have no sense how we can address this, but I would love suggestions from anyone on council or city attorney if there's anything we could do when it comes to Amazon, because they are really impacting our local businesses and workers. Based on what's happened in other cities, there's a likely chance that this could result in a lawsuit against our cities. I think the ruling today in the Long Beach case makes that somewhat less likely than it was earlier, and it's important that we recognize that the judge did not find good arguments from the Grocer Association on this. But there could be legal fees for the city that we should just be aware of. As I mentioned, we got information on the unintended consequences, and if and when this comes back, it would be helpful to have some more economic data on those potential consequences and get staff's analysis of those. And I just want to share a couple of possible ideas on ways we could move forward. One thing is I think we should advocate that the state consider using some of their surplus and additional federal COVID funding they're likely to get to provide hero hazard pay. So the state of Pennsylvania, for example, used federal CARES Act funding to provide 10 weeks of extra pay for workers in high-risk jobs. So I think this is something we might want to advocate and get other cities to join us in advocating that the state do. Another option I would like us to consider would be to use some of this federal funds which we're slated to receive, assuming the Biden legislation is passed and we get $10 million, and create a hero hazard pay fund for Palm Springs residents, regardless of what city their job is in, as well as Palm Springs workers at the highest risk industries, similar to what we did for our local small business. I believe that this is a value of ours, and I believe it is. We should contribute to the effort to support these high-risk workers. And another option might be to share the expense with some or all of the business so the burden isn't entirely on them. So where we would use some of our funds to help pay some of the additional wages for workers for the businesses who also put funds in on their own. So those are just some initial thoughts I wanted to raise for our conversation, and thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other council comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. I as well want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward, and I as well want to thank Councilmember Coors for his very thoughtful comments and remarks. Numerous cities have stepped forward to provide for hero pay for frontline employees who are interacting. And what we know is so many of those employees working in our grocery stores and in our pharmacies have been on not just simply the front line of interacting with the public, but frequently on the front line of interacting with the public that for many, many months was extremely resistant to wearing face covering, maintaining social distancing, or wearing a face covering in such a way as to make clear that they weren't going to wear it in a safe fashion. Unfortunately, too often, that was the result of individuals who wanted to make a political point, putting other people's lives at risk in order to make that political point. I think what we're doing here is something that needs to be done. From some of the comments that Councilmember Coors made, it is clear, again, that when it comes to pay issues, we're much better off when the federal government takes action. And the rules are the same nationally. We know that there's absolutely no chance that there will be any type of bill that could emerge out of the United States Senate that would provide the kind of economic support that is needed. We have a minimum wage bill that will be passed out of the House, and if we are lucky, extremely lucky, the budget resolution process may allow for a minimum wage to be increased nationally, one that should have been increased decades ago and should be set to a COLA so that it is automatically increased. But I'm not sitting there. I'm sitting here. And I have an opportunity here to make an impact for people who've been on the front lines. If the state steps forward, and there is reason to believe that the state of California could step forward on this, I think that would be a much better solution. We would not have the question of whether or not somebody lives in one city and works in another, and who benefits and who does not benefit. So I'm hopeful that the state legislature, the governor, will step up on this area. But there have been a lot of charges and counter charges thrown about. The two stores that were closed very dramatically in Long Beach. There's ample reason to believe that both of them were struggling and were for sale. And it became a convenient opportunity to close them in order to try to demonstrate that somehow or another an overly aggressive city council was causing stores to close. I simply do not believe that was true, and we are not seeing in the evidence from what has happened in the numerous other cities that have passed this legislation that that's been the case. I thoroughly agree that if we are going to do something in this fashion, that what is good for the goose is good for the gander, and it should include city employees who have been on the front line. We are an employer. We should be setting an example. So I am really pleased with stores such as Jensen's that have continued to pay the premium pay, and that needs to be taken into account. So I'm not sure how we work that, but that's something that I think is extremely important as we move forward. Many other stores have been subject to collective bargaining agreements. They've had ample opportunities to come forward and to work with, in particular, the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, so that cities didn't have to do this. And I would encourage those grocers to take advantage of the opportunities that they have to work with their represented employees to provide an agreement that would make it unnecessary for us to take the kind of actions that we propose to take. So with that, I remain open to how we can remedy some of the errors that may be in this, but I think it's something that we do need to move forward. Last thing I want to say is I do not believe that this additional pay is something that we should enforce upon any business in our city that had to close because of COVID. Those businesses have already suffered enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Other council member comments or questions? Councilmember Garner.
All right. This conversation actually took a turn that I didn't expect, so I'm going to try to address some of these comments that were made, which I appreciate. I appreciate that this is a very robust conversation. I think the first thing that I really want to put out there is that there is a lot of money on the table for some of these companies. And I don't think that we need to give companies that are bringing in massive profits a break from doing what is right and paying their workers. And I also want to be clear that wages have been stagnant in our country for over 10 years. And prices have gone up. So people are suffering in every single industry. I know even in my industry, my friends are struggling to pay back their student loans from law school because wages in the legal field are also down. You know, it's truly affecting every single sector. So for me, part of the appeal of doing hero pay is making sure that we are addressing something that should have been addressed long ago and doing it for those that are most at risk, that have far lower wage jobs than others. I was in the grocery store not too long ago, and the grocery store clerk was talking with the bagging clerk about how little they're paid and how hard it is. And they were discussing kind of what they were going to do. They really weren't sure if they could even continue to only work this job. And I mentioned that this item was going to be on our agenda. And at the time, I didn't know, what we were looking at in terms of dollar amounts. But to them, even a dollar increase was just so welcome. And I think that just goes to show how hard it is for people right now, that even a dollar more would make a huge impact in their lives. And so I think that passing something like this is the least that we can do. And I echo Mayor Pro Tem in saying that, yes, we would love the federal government to act on this. There's so many things that the federal government can do. Not the least of which, to Councilmember Corr's comment, is really stick it to Amazon and make them actually pay what they owe. My goodness, talk about an error on the part of our federal government. So I do agree that there are a lot of different essential workers that fit into these categories. When I asked people about it, some of the things that were mentioned to me were healthcare workers. Someone else mentioned airport workers, and janitors. There's just so many people who could benefit from this. What I want to make sure, though, is that we're moving forward sooner than later. And I know that we have a lot of ideas that we've already thrown out there. So what I'd like to know is, are there particular areas where we can move quickly? And then are there other things that we can do the research that we need to then pass it at a later date? So I'm just interested in terms of process of what else we can do. Somebody else just texted me, say housekeepers, so that the list is endless, right? But yes, I'd like to be able to start addressing it and with what we can as quickly as possible, and then add on from there. And I do hope that there are employers watching this right now who have already done these types of things or are thinking about it and saying, you know what, I really should. I think it makes for a better workplace. It helps our economy. It helps the individuals, and we need that in every sense of the way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner. Councilmember Woods, would you like to comment before I go?
Certainly, I can comment. I guess I'm very conflicted about it because I think, as Councilmember Corr said, I'm concerned about the unintended consequences. I would really not want to see a grocery store close in our city, any of them, like what we saw in Long Beach. On the other hand, I completely understand that if profits that are all-time high for some of these corporations, particularly grocery corporations or pharmacy corporations, that spreading the money between those at the risk as well as those in the upper echelons is an important thing to do. It's equality. And I think that's an important thing to do, and maybe this is a step to bring equality to some of those corporations. I had a couple of concerns that when it comes back about the number of employees at the per location in Palm Springs was 15. I'm wondering if that number should be more along the lines of 5 people if we pass something like this, because a lot of these as pharmacies, I've been told, do not have a total of 15 employees working at them. I am, through and through with democratic principles. I agree with the calls that I've received from the union. But again, I just want to say that when we come back, I do want to talk about, and I want to see some statistics about actual profits and understand any unintended consequences. Mayor Corr has referred to Jensen's as possibly shutting down, and I think that would be a tragedy for our city. Maybe they won't shut down because they're already giving hero pay. And maybe we look at hero pay that is not quite $4, but maybe it's $2, like what Jensen is currently giving. And with that, Madam Mayor, I will close.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. I have a few questions for city staff, if I can, in responding to some of the comments that we've heard and we've received both tonight and in writing. So one, someone wrote in and called in and said it's not the job of the city to regulate this issue or to be involved in setting wages. And I just wanted to be clear about the city's legal authority here to be involved in this and similar issues.
Yes, as Councilmember Corr alluded to earlier tonight, the federal trial court issued a ruling on a preliminary injunction involving the Long Beach case earlier this afternoon, and rejected arguments from the Grocers Association that cities were somehow preempted by federal law from adopting an ordinance dealing with hazard pay or hero pay. So I think that fairly well settles that issue from a legal perspective.
Thank you. And cities can pass other wage and hour type laws like minimum wages and minimum wage for industry, right?
Yes, as long as it doesn't go to the collective bargaining process itself, but instead a result, the courts have said that cities do have the authority to do that.
Thank you. And this ordinance as written applies to union members and non-union members as well, right?
Correct, although if there's a collective bargaining agreement that specifically exempts the bargaining unit from application, then it would not apply.
Thank you. And I was confused by that portion in the ordinance as written, and I got other questions about it. Could we, if we consider an ordinance like this, could we just remove that part from the ordinance, the exemption for collective bargaining agreements?
There's no legal reason why it has to be in there.
Okay, thanks. And then if you could just say a little bit, because we heard about legal risk, and I know that Councilmember Kors talked about a decision in the lawsuit today, the Long Beach ordinance. So it seems to me one benefit in moving forward in an ordinance such as Long Beach's, and that's why we brought this one for council's discussion and consideration, is that it's been legally tested because there is a lawsuit against it and now a decision. So City Attorney, could you just give a really brief summary about that public lawsuit and not know the full context?
Yes, so as I mentioned, there was a ruling this afternoon on the Grocers Association request for a preliminary injunction. As part of that motion, the grocers, as the plaintiffs, were required to establish that they were likely to prevail on the merits of their case. And the court rejected that motion. And so the court essentially said that they are not likely to prevail on their arguments. And their arguments were preemption by federal law, equal protection, and violation of the federal contract clause of the Constitution. So while it wasn't a final ruling by the trial court, and certainly not by a court of appeal, it gives us a good indication of where the trial court is likely to go. And if that ruling is upheld on appeal, then it fairly well establishes the city's right to adopt this type of ordinance.
Thank you. And then we got questions and comments about grocery stores and retail pharmacies' revenue during this time and profit. And I agree with Councilmember Woods and others that we really don't want to see grocery stores close in our city. We've done a lot of work to recruit grocery stores and talk about access to food. And obviously that's an essential service for our community. So do we have information about from sales tax revenue about how these stores are doing overall, or how this industry is?
Yes, Mayor, we do have some general sales tax information. What we do know is that the grocery stores, if you look at the third quarter in 2019, which would have been an indicator of pre-COVID, to the third quarter of 2020, which would be post-COVID, what you see is that generally our sales tax went up approximately 13% in grocery stores. Now that's as an aggregate for the general, it's not an individual store, but as an aggregate. So that has gone up about 13.8%.
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of comments, I think there's a few public policy areas that we want to address by this. And really this was, it's been said that I asked for this. Really workers called in who work at local grocery stores and called and asked for this. And I believe other council members asked for this to come forward too. So there was interest. I think that was Mayor Pro Tem Middleton actually asked for it before I did. And so she deserves that, in bringing this forward. I think there's a few issues. One, that we want to address low wage industries. So some of the industries that people are including, all healthcare workers, obviously doctors are not a low wage industry, nurses, whatever category you want to look at. We really want to affect people who, $1 or $2 or $4 an hour is the matter of, putting food on their own tables. So we want to narrow the issue that way. We want to talk about at-risk workers. So I really appreciate Councilmember Cours's work on addressing the high-risk workers. And we know that grocery store workers and retail pharmacy workers are at risk because that was the highest areas of exposure, and we continue to have community spread. And then I think we want to address essential supply chain employees and workers and industries, right? So this is, if you really think about it, food and medicine. This is what these workers have been providing to our community and risking their lives to do so for an entire year. And if we can just remember back to, a year ago, 6 months ago, when there was a run on toilet paper and people were going and flocking to the grocery stores, and, it was at the very beginning and we didn't know what was safe. And it's incredibly difficult to work in these jobs. I've worked in customer service. It's incredibly difficult to be on these front lines in a pandemic when there's a run on toilet paper and a panic. This is just, an immense job and really a lot of work from these individuals to show up to work every day to feed our community and give us medicine. So I strongly support moving forward in an ordinance and providing hero pay to our frontline workers. I agree that other workers deserve it as well. We have been really careful as a council to not impact our small local businesses who have really struggled. A lot of businesses have shut down, and workers have not been working. And so we want to be careful here and balancing the interests and maintaining these employers as jobs in our community and everything they do for our community, while also supporting workers. And really, this is a failure of the market. It's been a year. These are large national corporations who have, some have paid their shareholders and not paid workers. That's a failure of the market. It is our job to make sure that people who work in our community get fair wages and, and have this type of pay if they're exposed. And so I support this. I hear and I wanted to hear from all the council members in terms of what changes we might want to see. So, and I think it brings up larger issues that we're going to talk about next, is that people who work in Palm Springs can't afford to live in Palm Springs because the wages are too low and the rent is too high. So, I would not want to just focus it or exclude it on people who can't afford it or who can't afford to live in Palm Springs, because we have a lot of long-term residents, multi-generational residents who are from Palm Springs but no longer live here because they can't afford to. So I'm interested and open to any changes that the council wants to make. Obviously, we've done a lot of outreach. I've been to 3 or 4 different business organizational meetings to talk about this. We have not yet held a meeting to hear from workers, and I think that would be really important in moving forward. And I do think we should talk to, I was really persuaded by the Jensen CEO to talk about, what they've already done and how that could be included somehow and go over that so that we can ensure that stores don't close. But if you're closing stores because of a 120-day temporary pay increase, I just don't find it persuasive that is really going to drive up costs extremely high, or cause stores that we know are being successful and have 13% increase in revenue, at least from our sales tax. So for the council, the direction that we need to go in is what we should bring back. So if we should bring back an urgency ordinance if we should bring back a regular ordinance that would go a longer process to go into effect, and then maybe any other direction. I liked Councilmember Kors' suggestion that we also advocate with the state. I agree, the state should do this. And it's a failure for the state not to do that. But right now our workers are struggling, and this is an urgent item. So if there anything else, what direction does the council want to go in moving this forward and doing outreach and sitting down with everyone who's affected? Councilmember Kors.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And I do agree that we should do more outreach as we move this forward. We haven't heard from any of the pharmacies, and I appreciate Councilmember Garner's point. Right, wages in this country have stagnated, and people working full time, making minimum wage, are living below the poverty line and being subsidized by taxpayers because the businesses don't pay enough. California's been better than most places on that, but it still is not enough to live in the state. And I know there was talk about record profits in groceries, and we've seen that, but at least from my research, pharmacies have actually lost money. I think CVS's revenue is down 40% in the third quarter from the year before. Walgreens' revenue is down. So if we're doing it based on profit sharing, which I would like every company to do, we should just look at that as well. And that's sort of to the point of creating a city fund like we did for local businesses, right? And I would like us to bring back, and it could be a separate item, that for a discussion, because I do think residents of Palm Springs who work in other cities, when at most one other city in the valley is thinking of doing this, Coachella, are not going to get this. And I'd like us to be able to help our residents. And if we do get $10 million in more COVID funding, I would like us to do that. And there are people in high-risk businesses that are working for small local businesses, and they're going through as much, if not more, risk at times than people in groceries and pharmacies. And maybe in those businesses, we create a fund for the high-risk workers where we could help give them some extra pay. Because, as was said, right, $1 or $2 an hour makes a huge difference in our residents' lives who are working in these high-risk professions where there is not record profits, where they're actually really hurting. And I would also like us, to talk about, and again, it may not be part of this ordinance, maybe it's a separate item, looking at which of our workers for the city are in some of these high-risk categories, because I think we have an obligation as an employer to uphold that value for our workers in our city. So I'm not opposed to the fact that, we're helping fund people who work here who don't live here. But I do think people who live here and work elsewhere who are in high-risk categories, whose cities don't pass this, and I do wish CVAG and the whole valley would do something so it was uniform, that we're looking at their needs as well. Because I want to make sure, all workers are well taken care of who are at the high-risk categories, and that we're doing our part as a city and we're participating in it. I agree. I don't think we need to fund the public companies that we know have done stock buybacks and make record profits. But for other ones, I do think, we know our restaurants can't afford it. I don't think national chain restaurants can afford it, right? IHOP's closed up 100 locations. We don't want to lose IHOPs or Denny's or any restaurant. But maybe that's where we can help restaurant workers who are in the high-risk categories like cooks if we get this funding. So I'd like us to consider that as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely support the idea of creating a fund, like Councilmember Kors said, to support our workers with that money. I think any money that we're getting from the federal government should include our community. Of course, we have costs too, but more than anything, we're here for the community. So I support that. In terms of this particular ordinance, I would love to move forward with it as soon as possible. I'd like to see an urgency ordinance. I'd love to see it passed right now. But I think that moving forward with the grocery workers is a huge first step. And then we can perhaps bring back a few other categories, like we've all said, of those most at risk and who are working for companies that are able to do this. I agree that we don't want to bring forward something that is going to close down a bunch of businesses in our city. We can help those those people with a different type of fund later, as has been mentioned. So if we can bring this forward as quickly as possible, and it's roughly its current form, barring any other comments, and I know the mayor had a couple of comments on things to change too, that would be my hope.
Councilmember Woods.
I want to repeat that I'd really like to look at the minimum number of employees. And I'll tell you why. You know, that we have two criteria that's in this draft ordinance. One is that they have 300 employees nationally, which is fine, and then 15 employees per location in Palm Springs. My concern is that if they have 16 employees, right, they might lay somebody off, and then they'd only be 14. And I'd hate for that kind of chess game to happen as an unintended consequence. And so I'd almost appreciate if we moved the second criteria of the number of employees down to 5 or even 10, or something like that. That would be my suggestion right now. And then I'm not sure where the $4 per hour came from. We heard that Jensen's was giving 2. And again, I just wanted to understand where the 4 came from. It's not just, $4 seems like nothing, and it should not affect a corporation that's doing its job correctly. But it's $4 plus all the taxes, plus the benefits, plus everything else. So it's actually more than $4 that we'd be asking the corporation to give to that. And I just wanted to be cognizant of that. That's all.
Thank you. I'd also like to see the bargaining language, the language about a bargaining agreement change. So maybe the city attorney can look at that. I think as worded, it's confusing about who it applies to, and look to see if we want to remove that or just change the language. Are there other changes in an ordinance that council members would like to see?
Not a change, but it would be really helpful. I mentioned this earlier, but for staff to get us some data. And I have some which I'll send to the city manager, whoever is appropriate, with which businesses it would apply to and get a sense of their financial situation. So at least we know that, and whether this should apply to everyone, or is there a place for us to step in for businesses that are actually losing money in Palm Springs? But it would just be good to have that data when this comes back.
Mayor Pro Tem.
As always, really good comments from all of my colleagues. And as we move forward, I would like to fully understand what the true profitability has been for the grocery sector versus the pharmacy sector of the market. And there's at least some information that would cause one to believe that there's some fairly substantial differences in terms of that profitability. And I'm just not quite sure I understand at this point which is which. But with the national chain grocery stores, it's pretty obvious that they have done extremely well over the last year. And if that's the place that we need to start, I'm very comfortable with starting there until we get more answers. But I really think that Councilmember Coors brought up an incredibly important point. We need to set the right example as a city. So if we're going to move forward with this, we've got to as well identify who among our workforce is this appropriate to, and make sure that we're consistent.
Thank you. Any other comments or direction you'd like to include? And for city staff, what type of direction do you need in terms of moving this forward now?
Well, the one thing I guess just to clarify the level and depth of information on the research, since we want to bring this back certainly sooner than later, understanding companies' profitability. I mean, there's certain layers of information we can get online, other things we can try to do. I guess I just want to be clear of what the expectations are, because we're racing against time and then capacity to do the research of information that's probably knowable, but not knowable with the resources we probably have at hand. On some level we can, but I just want to sort of put that into context. In essence, we'll do the best that we can.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and then Councilmember Kors.
David, you and your staff are always absolutely outstanding at trying to get the balance right between what's needed immediately and what can be done. And without kicking it all back to you, I have pretty good confidence that we're not going to get 100% of the answers. It's what's the most important, most relevant information, and particularly what's the information that's most relevant to success here locally.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Kors.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just add, I think, obviously on the research, privately held companies, if they don't share it, you're not going to get it. Most in the grocery pharmacy in our city, not all, but most are publicly traded and their profits are reported and available online. So I think getting that information, which I know I asked for in Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, as we look at grocery stores versus and or with pharmacies, would be helpful from what we can get on the publicly traded information. And I will send you links. I have a bunch of it that I will send you. I'm happy to help do some of that research.
Thank you.
So Councilmember Garner made a request, I think. I don't know if that was a motion, if you want to state it.
Do we need a motion?
We're giving direction, but give clear direction, and we could make a motion if you'd like. City Attorney?
I don't think a motion is necessary. I think staff and City Attorney's Office have enough direction from the council that we'll bring back an urgency ordinance at the next meeting.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments on this before I move on? Thank you, everyone, and thank you to everyone who participated in the meetings that we've attended so far and who called in to City Council and wrote in. And we got hundreds of comments on this. And we know it's a complicated issue, and we want to hear from everyone. I thought this was a robust conversation, and we'll continue to have it. The next item is item 5D, a review or overview of affordable housing programs. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just would like to preface this report. Jay Verada, our Community Development Director, will give you some information. But what we wanted to do was, Council had asked for us to in essence, do an analysis of our affordable housing programs, rent control, the whole range in terms of what we've sort of done historically in the recent past, what we're currently have in the pipeline, and what are some opportunities for going forward. That being said, this was put together as a discussion item, understanding that City Council is going to have direction for us to probe deeper into certain areas and other opportunities, which we would then bring back at what I believe should be a separate study session, because this is a very comprehensive and large area and important area of policy and programs of things we could do and continue to do in this area. So we would like you to hear the report from Mr. Verada. We will take your feedback and input. We will come back to you with a scheduled special study session, which we can get into these issues more deeply in terms of opportunities, capacities, and resources, and then what we can do going forward is a plan. And this ranges everything from our state requirements under the RENA, which Jay will explain, to the state grant that we got for the homelessness, and there's a wide range of issues in between that we do need to address. So that being said, Jay, could you please proceed with your presentation, then we'll take City Council's feedback. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Jay. If I could interrupt, just alerted the city clerk that it is 9:06, and we committed to doing public comment on non-agenda items between 9 and 9:30. And I think if we start this item, we will not be done by 9:30. So if you'll excuse me for interrupting and not going directly there, we will go to public comment on non-agenda items. So this time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the City Council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. City Clerk, if you could begin contacting speakers.
Dr. Christopher Cardona, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, City Council. Recently, the City Attorney stated that the Council can do nothing to enforce the Americans with Disabilities Act to ensure that businesses are complying. In the recent past, several businesses are not complying in Palm Springs, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for those with various disabilities to navigate and have equal access to goods and services in the city of Palm Springs. I used to be a property manager in Palm Springs, and when we remodeled apartments, we needed a permit. In fact, if we replaced kitchen cabinets with prefabricated cabinets in the exact same location as the old ones, we needed a permit. If we were caught installing cabinets without a permit, we would have been fined heavily. I can't imagine that we would fine people for replacing cabinets without a permit, but we will not fine them for refusing equal access to the public that they claim to serve. When we apply for a business license, we ask if they will have entertainment. If they have entertainment outdoors, we provide a permit. Why could we not ask if it is in their budget to provide effective communication such as ASL or pro-tactile ASL interpreters during live events? If they do not, then the permit would be denied. Is there a cost to providing access? Yes. However, it is the right thing to do as we strive for equity for all those who wish access to goods and services as Palm Springs reopen. I thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Lee Bartolome, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council staff and citizens. My name is Lee Bartolome. I'm calling concerning the homeless issues here in Palm Springs. We're concerned about when they're going to be getting their COVID-19 vaccines, placement in the homeless facilities, and the continued frustration of helping homeless veterans get placed into places. And we'd like to have these issues brought up into future City Council meetings for agenda. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. And I do have 2 comments from the deaf community. Please read the following as part of a reasonable accommodations to the next City Council meeting. Butch Vixler. The Councilmember Middleton offered an apology for the Human Rights Commission failing to provide captions. Others of you blame the deaf for not requesting ASL interpreters and trusting your Human Rights Commission to have captions. Should we just request ASL interpreters for everything the city does for all of 2021, just in case we need access? Folks said we should give you a chance to make it right. We did, and you blamed us. Guess that didn't work. You failed to realize that a Human Rights Commission that doesn't have any foresight and sees what the deaf community needs. That is literally their job. They failed us, and now so have you, by blaming the victims. Sincerely, Butch Vixler. And the next comment is from Leonard Rentera. I am deaf. Please read the following at the council meeting. Dear Dear Council, recently your Human Rights Commission failed to provide equal access to a meeting. Many of you made apologies and wondered why it was such a big deal. On February 20th, 2021, a request was made for a reasonable accommodation for an ASL interpreter at Hunter's Nightclub for a live performance being held there on February 21st. Was denied. Though the request was made nearly a week in advance, the request was ignored until it was reported on social media. Only after that did the owner of Hunter's decide to inquire about providing an interpreter. Ultimately, the request was denied, stating it would be an undue burden to pay an ASL interpreter. However, the Go-Go Boys will be paid. The Jello Shop Boy will be paid. The bartenders will be paid. The electric bill will be paid. The permit fee imposed by the city will be paid. Sadly, we feel the only course of action we have is to sue. Therefore, any attorney will also have to be paid by Hunters. If they can afford an attorney, they could have paid an interpreter. Attorneys are much more, in fact. I am writing this to you because your actions have consequences. When you or your commission refuses equality, business owners think they can too. When you will fine a business for refusing to enforce the mask rule, but you say you cannot fine them or pull their permits and licenses for not following the law of providing effective communication with primary consideration of the accommodation going to the one making the request, then that is the problem. The city can do something, but you continually refuse. I hope you will condemn the actions of anyone who does not provide interpreters for any and all live performances, but also I hope you will show support for the deaf community. And that does conclude public comment for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. So we will go back to item 5D, discussion of affordable housing programs, and Jay Verotto is going to present. Thank you, Jay.
Presentation for 5, please. Thank you. As the city manager mentioned, this will be a quick overview of the activities, projects, and programs that the City of Palm Springs has historically engaged in. And one of the driving factors for why we strive to produce affordable housing, aside from, of course, helping those who need the assistance, is that we need to provide or set goals for the regional housing needs assessment. The state of California has required that cities incorporate these goals into their housing elements and make efforts to have sufficient land available to produce that number of units that are assigned through the Regional Needs Housing Assessment, the RHNA. And we know the RHNA goals for the October 21 to October 2029 cycle are much higher than the current cycle. This is 2,553 units compared to the current cycle of 272 units. So that's nearly 9 times. It is more than 9 times as much that the City of Palm Springs is being asked to include in its housing element. And it's also important to note that of the 2,553, 1,321 are designated for moderate income and below. So there's quite a number of units that will require traditionally some kind of assistance from the city or a more feasible way of producing affordable housing units if there's any way we are going to be able to meet these goals. The housing element serves as the city's housing plan, and it includes goals and policies and actions and you're right. We'll go one more. Thank you. Includes goals, policies, and actions for affordable housing units. And Some of the goals and policies and the actions include density bonuses, financial incentives, rental assistance, the use of city-owned land. And these are strategies that the City Council and the subcommittees have discussed for a while. Some of them are being put into play right now. It's also important to note that the review of the upcoming housing element is coming up, and it's scheduled to begin in mid-May of this current year, 2021. Now, as I mentioned, the city has had a good history of producing affordable housing units, but that was when we had the redevelopment tool available. And when redevelopment was dissolved in 2012, it was generating approximately $3.5 million in housing funds per year. And that's just the housing funds, which constitutes 20% of the tax increment being generated by all the redevelopment projects. And without redevelopment, our ability to produce affordable housing had been greatly impacted. So here's just a list of the projects we've had. Here's just a list of the projects we've had produced when we did have redevelopment as a tool. And these were assisted with redevelopment agency resources. This map shows the general locations of these projects, and these include small, say, 4 to 18 unit residential facilities to 60 unit residential facilities, and includes mobile home parks with several hundred tenants. So, as part of the history of what Palm Springs has done with trying to assist with affordable housing and keeping lower income individuals housed, the city in 1980 adopted a rent control ordinance. And the ordinance today actually maintains rent control for 637 units in the city of Palm Springs. However, due to subsequent ordinances voted on by the people of the city of Palm Springs, the rent control ordinance was modified such that when apartment units become vacant, they are decontrolled. That is, they are no longer on the rent control protections. However, mobile home units were exempt from this requirement, which is why we still have so many units listed under rent control for mobile homes. We have also, with subcommittees and the council, previously discussed rental protections, which included discussions on Costa-Hawkins, which ironically, our rent control is actually more lenient than Costa-Hawkins. So Costa-Hawkins became sort of a non-issue for the city of Palm Springs. And more recently, Governor Newsom had put into place rental increase caps at 5% per year plus the cost of living, and this is known as AB 1482. But with the onset of COVID, additional protections were needed to keep those who are impacted by COVID from losing their homes. AB 3088 protected tenants that were impacted by COVID, such as through job loss, reduction of hours, and other factors that may have impacted them. And much more recently, I believe it was just last month, SB 91 was approved, which extended AB 38 to allowing the protections to continue until June of 2021, and it also created a state rental assistance program. As we do discuss rental assistance, the city of Palm Springs has approved $510,000 for rental assistance to Palm Springs residents. and that would include $3,500 per household. And this would be for households whose incomes do not exceed 80% of the area median income. The agreement we have with Lift to Rise is underway, and Lift to Rise is currently reviewing approximately the 200 applications for Palm Springs residents that they have. The County of Riverside will also implement a new program using $57 million they're receiving from the federal government. And so this will be another resource of rental assistance for residents of Riverside County. And the state of California will also be launching yet another program by March 15th, funded with the funds made available through SB 91, which I had just mentioned. And we will have all this information on our website as the programs are rolled out and are available. It is on the resources for renters section of the COVID virus information page. Now, I know there's been an issue also with the way the state and the federal programs focus on lower income households when the workforce housing and middle income households are also struggling. So looking into this, we have found that there are joint powers authorities that invest in creating middle income deed restricted units. And they do this with government purpose revenue bonds that they use to either acquire a property that is not currently deed restricted, and this could be an apartment building. They could also construct new units that are deed restricted for the middle income families. And this is also a strategy we've been looking at to preserve affordable units that may be going away, and where for the property owner, they may not want to continue at the current levels of affordability, but if given the opportunity to move to a moderate level income population, that might be something a little more attractive to them. And just an example of where the incomes fall. For a household of 4 individuals, the median income is $75,300. If you look at that on the basis of being a very low income, that would be $37,650, and for extremely low, for 4 individuals, $26,200. And those are annual incomes. The city has engaged in home ownership programs where these are self-help type of programs, in which cases the individuals participate in the construction of their homes. There are also programs which have silent second loans where the contribution by the city is quote unquote off the books, and it helps the homeowners qualify for a loan by bringing in more of a down payment provided by the city. And those city loans are typically forgiven over a period of time, typically 10 years, that the resident lives in that unit. I'm going to skip this one because the county's website says this is currently on hold. So the mortgage credit certificate program can help by giving credit on taxes on interest, but right now that's not available, so I'll move forward. And some of the projects we are currently working on for affordable multifamily projects are using the remaining redevelopment agency funds that we've had, plus the homeless housing and Assistance Program funds that were recently obtained to assist with housing homeless individuals. There's still opportunity sites that we look at. We currently have an RFP out that will have proposals submitted by March 4th. There seems to be some strong interest in that. Other future projects, we could still leverage some of the funding we have received from the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, the homeless funds, HAP funds. Now, I mentioned that, the successes of the city have been attributable to having redevelopment in place, but there were a few projects that were able to either maintain and preserve affordability or expand without city assistance through the efforts of their owners, which in the case of the Nightingale Manor expansion, the County of Riverside Housing Authority is financing that entire project. Again, they have a mission in creating affordable housing. And Pacific Palms Apartments, the City Council maybe 2 years ago approved a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing. They held a TEFRA hearing, which allowed for financing for this project to move forward. And it's a renovation of an existing affordable project, but it extended the term of affordability. So as we get into a study session, as the city manager mentioned, some of the programs we may want to look at and consider to see if they are right for Palm Springs includes enhanced infrastructure financing districts, which is a tax increment program, community revitalization and investment authority, also the same, affordable housing authority, and new market tax credits. A lot of these programs came online in an effort to replace redevelopment, but they're not quite as robust as redevelopment was. They're not capturing as much tax increment, but they do offer good opportunities. And I believe our partnerships with the County of Riverside are strong enough that we could create a good partnership to launch some of these programs. It will require visualizing what we need the community to become and identifying resources to initiate the formation of any of these projects. And every time we look at an affordable housing project, we kind of were shocked at the per unit cost. And, with, I think Los Angeles is having some projects coming in at $700,000 per unit, which is just seems really, really high. We started looking at alternative forms of construction that could possibly produce affordable units in an affordable way. So here's some possibilities. These tiny homes, or they're called pallet homes. Pallet is the manufacturer. Prefabricated buildings, modular buildings, and 3D printed buildings offer some savings in construction. Of course, you'd still have to provide the land, and there's obviously some design and engineering work that would have to go into these to make them happen. And from my understanding is the utilities can be really tricky on some of these also. But there are also possibilities to consider for perhaps on a pilot project basis. And so that's the quick overview. We can answer questions, begin the discussion, and look into some of the possibilities for discussing these items at a future session, and also as the housing element comes along for discussion.
And thank you, Jay. And Mayor and Council, if I could just note as a little bit of a backdrop, there's with regard to organizational capacity and positions, we are advertising currently in community development a position for the housing officer. So that is actually being advertised, and that will close in the next couple of weeks. Also, we have received bids. We are also doing RFQs for consultant. We have received those back, 3 actually, and we have a panel doing the review. Actually, Mr. Walsh from the county, and I think Mr. Cox from CVAG is assisting Jay. Will be doing an assessment and making a recommendation to you on a consultant. So the idea is to build our capacity within the organization to help to do more of these programs. So is by way of backdrop, then, Madam Mayor, any feedback would be appreciated.
Thank you. Can staff also give a very short update about the housing element update? So we've gotten a number of questions about community participation and the opportunity to get involved in that. So could you give a short update for the community?
Certainly. We are moving ahead with work on the housing element. We have a deadline from the state to have it adopted by October the 15th. So we're on a relatively short time frame in order to do that. Obviously, the pandemic has limited our ability to get out into the community to get input, but we do have opportunities that will be available for that as we start nearing the summer season. So look for opportunities to participate beginning towards the end of May and through June and into July. So that's kind of our immediate deadline. We anticipate that public hearings before the Planning Commission and City Council will start occurring in September. And so again, we'll be taking public input through the summer and then public hearings to adopt the document in September, and then meeting the state deadline in October.
Thank you, Director Fagg, for all your work on that. I know Councilmember Garner had asked for this item, and so I'd like to kick it over to her to start us off here.
Thank you. There's a lot here, and yes, I've been asking for this for a long time, and I just really appreciate all of you being here and having this conversation, and thank you, Jay, for the information that you provided to us. I have a whole bunch of questions, and then there's seems to be not a super easy way to kind of move through this conversation, but I'd love to ask some general questions first, and then maybe if others have general questions, and then maybe we can go kind of category by category after that. The first question I had was actually about the housing element, so thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. One thing I want to point out, too, about our last housing element is that we only had 4 total participants in the whole city back in 2013. So it just goes to show how much things have changed since then, because I can't imagine doing it now and having only 4 people care enough to comment or know enough about it to comment. One question I have for staff is, I know that this has been presented before, but can you tell us if we have met our regional housing needs assessment 5th cycle goals, and just give us the numbers for each category and what more we need?
I don't think we've met him. Although under the current 5th cycle goals, we're probably one project away from meeting the affordable unit requirement. So we've got 3 projects online. If they're constructed, about 180 units. I think we're at 220, maybe right up in that area for the requirement for affordable. But in terms of market rate units, several units have come online. I just don't know the numbers to compare. I don't know if Flynn wants to add to that.
Well, and I would just add one note. Councilmember Gardner, you raise a good point. You know, why don't we meet our RHNA numbers? Traditionally, most cities in California have not, and that's been the frustration for all of us working in this area. Particularly, the state's taken away resources from the housing authorities, and the other things that they've done, in addition to the regulatory schemata that makes these things difficult. All those have sort of all co-conspired to prevent cities from really meeting our RHNA numbers. Now, more recently, the state legislature has helped us in that regard, and they've given us some additional tools. So I think going forward, it'll be a little easier, but that has always been a frustration for many cities in California.
Thank you. The other question I had is, and this might be something that we're going to review in the housing element update. I noticed that we have quite a few projects for seniors, which when you look back to the last housing element, that was something that we needed. And I'm curious if we know at this point if there's been a shift in that. Do we have any information on what type of housing we're in most need of now? I mean, obviously, I have my own thoughts, but I'm wondering if there's data about that.
I don't believe the needs have shifted that much. There's, probably more an increase in the younger generations. However, my recollection in discussions with our consultant who was doing the housing element maybe several months ago was that it didn't look like those the demographics of the city were changing that much. To the extent that housing products would have to be different. Now, that being said, a lot of the funding sources target certain groups. So, the Monarch project, the Chalk project, is proposing to be funded with multifamily funds. So these are the MHP, multifamily housing. And so they're targeting multifamily groups. And others, as you can tell by the design, as you well know, with majority studio and single units, those are obviously not optimal for families. So those products are coming online. Meeting the needs of the community, though, it doesn't seem that those demographic needs have changed too much at this point.
Okay, thank you. Goodness. Okay, one of the other things that I'm curious about is if we have any sense of what our vacancy rate is currently. I know that at one point I talked to Marcus about the opportunity to use Palm Springs disposal to determine if we have any properties that are completely vacant or partially vacant. But it would be helpful to know how many of those exist, and if the city attorney maybe can address if it's possible for us to require that something be done with those homes. If a home is just sitting vacant and we have a housing crisis, can we push for that property to be put into use? Or can we provide incentives of some sort to get a long-term resident in the house or something like that?
Councilmember Garner, the vacancy question is really interesting, actually. I think one of the reasons I was told why the fifth cycle RHNA numbers were low was because Palm Springs had a lot of vacancies. But then they told us now this year we're not getting away with that. So on the one hand, we know there is a demand for housing, but identifying who's in those units, if there is anybody in that, if they're being used as, I think we have vacation rental data, but that means people are using them as vacation rentals. Completely vacant units, maybe it is, working with Palm Springs Disposal might be a good idea to approach that. but I would hand it over to the city attorney in terms of anything we could possibly do to utilize those properties and incentivize people to actually use them as living units.
Yes, I know cities have been struggling with this over the last few years. A number of cities have considered a vacancy tax for residential units. I believe it's either Oakland or Berkeley actually adopted one. I believe it's Oakland. City of Los Angeles is studying it. I don't think they've actually adopted it, but that's one way of addressing the issue. Obviously, with our resort community and the number of folks who have second homes, we'd have to take account for that. As Jay mentioned, there are probably a large number of residences that are actually occupied at least part of the time of the year as vacation rental homes. So we can look into that and see if there are any kind of carrot aspects as opposed to the sticks of a tax.
And Councilmember Gardner, I've asked our GIS department to prepare a GIS map identifying all of those properties where we have an approved waiver for trash service. And just so everyone understands, the city's code requires that a property sit vacant for 12 months in order to have that waived. And Palm Springs Disposal, believe you me, monitors whether there's trash out at the street and confirms whether that 12-month period has lapsed. There are a number of properties, for whatever reason, that are kept vacant by the owners. And so what I'll do is I'll drill down when we have that map and find out exactly how many there are and try to figure out the reasons why they sit vacant.
Thank you. And to give some clarity on why I want to know this particular thing is I do know that we need more housing. We need to develop more, but we also do need housing quickly as well. And development obviously takes a little bit of time. So my thought with this is that if we can try to get folks into the housing that they need as quickly as possible, that's always a good thing, even if it's not that many units. I know that in my district, there are lots of people who live multiple families to a home, and it's cramped quarters. And I know in our last housing element that was listed as well as an issue, and it remains so. And I don't know if it's gotten worse or not, but I do know that the housing costs in Palm Springs have gone up so much when our wages have not. And when you look at the numbers here, you're talking the area median income for Riverside County, and by the way, we're going to be lower than that in the Coachella Valley. It's $75,300. If you just plug that into a mortgage calculator, it shows you that you can purchase a home that's worth about $310,000, and that's with a $50,000 down payment. If you don't have that and say you give a $10,000 down payment, then it goes down to $235,000. Well, take a look at Zillow to get the average cost of a home in Palm Springs right now, and it's $468,000. So, this is an issue for people at all different income levels. We really don't have housing that serves most of our community. It's not just that it's the very people who are very low income. It's literally anyone who isn't making a six-figure plus salary. So on that, I would love to hear from other council members on this, and then maybe we could go from there. I know that this is just so much information.
Thank you. Other council member questions or comments? Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we approach the study session, I'd like to get better information about the RHNA numbers and if we've ever pushed back on those RHNA numbers. I mean, to move from 272 units to 2,553 units when our demographic is not changing that much, and the causes for that by which SCAG uses, it seems way off base. And we have to push back on that. And I'm wondering if we push back on that or not. I'd like to hear during the study session what that really means and what that looks like and what we're doing proactively to do that. We have to provide under the 2021 to 2029 RHNA numbers almost 1,000 units for low to very low income people. That's a lot of units to provide. And those are going to, as we saw in the report, those are going to have to be subsidized more than likely. And we don't have an inclusionary housing program here. We don't have a lot of programs to try and meet these numbers. So I think one of the first things I'd like to find out in the study session is how these we know how the numbers are calculated, but we need to push back on them. And then we have to decide how we're going to meet them. And I think that's what I really want to hear in a study session, and in particular, the low to very low income. We're definitely building the moderate to above moderate income housing here with Vibe and Miralon and whatnot, but I think it's the low to very low income housing that we're going to have a problem with. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other council member comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments, and I appreciate the report, Jay. Thank you. And there's a tremendous amount of work that went into this. And I look forward to the study session. And I know there's been a lot of argument every time I go to a Cal Cities meeting, and I attend a lot of them. I hear an incredible amount of discussion about that the state's got it all wrong. And I must say, I tend to disagree. We need to be building and something like another 150,000 new housing units each month. And I'm pulling that number from memory from way back. And the perception in an awful lot of communities is all of that housing can take place somewhere else. But it's going to have to take place in every city and in every community. One of the things that was in the report that was really interesting to me, and it only goes through about 2010, but it showed of the housing stock that's in Palm Springs as of 2010, what decade it was built in. And in the 1970s and 80s, we were building 70, 80 new homes in Palm Springs a month. And that was, the market was building those homes. In the 1990s, that fell to 15 new homes a month. And it's really not picked up since then. One of the things that we are going to have to do is across the spectrum, make it easier for people to build new homes. And as the market develops, then we're going to have more availability for homes. Secondly, I must tell you that having worked with Councilmember Holstage so closely to get the public hearings on the CHOC program and all of the pushback that we got. And now we're getting emails and questions from the community wondering if anything's happening. And frankly, what's happening is they're waiting for the financing to fall from the sky in some kind of fashion that will allow them to build those homes at what will be very good for CHOC. As we start to move forward, I've got a little frustration with the affordable housing programs and how they are developed, spending $500,000 and $600,000 and $700,000 a unit. There has to be a better way for us to do it. So I want to see us look much more closely at modular homes and at smaller homes and other kinds of innovative programs that do not rely on waiting years for a approved project to get the tax benefited funding that allows it to move forward. We work with the community to get support for a program and then watch the affordable housing developers sit on it. And if that was a for-profit company, we would be asking some really strong questions as to what's taking you so long to build. We have to build more homes. And that means when somebody comes to us to build a home, we need to be meeting them with clearly our formal processes and approvals. But at the end of the day, we want to see those homes get built. And if we do not build more homes, we will be here next year and the year after that talking about the inability of people to afford housing and the number of people that are having to move to other communities because they can't find a place here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Forrest.
Great, thank you. Appreciate all the comments. As we sort of do a study session and look at this, there's not a lot I want to add, but there are a couple things. One is just the need to, we have our accessory dwelling unit ordinance and we went further than the state, but most people have no idea that exists. So how do we do that kind of outreach to let people know, to incentivize, to encourage that? I think we really need to look at building more apartments. And, not everything should be a single family home. We need more apartments and we need to figure out, where they can go, right? We have some, look, shopping is changing. There's a lot more online. We have some shopping centers with lots of parking where if we allowed housing, and this has been discussed with, some folks on the Planning Commission, we can really see apartments going in them. I think we need to look at our parking rules and allowing greater density, right? I mean, right now there's, state legislation moving through the legislature that would allow up to 60, every city to allow lot splits, single family homes to be turned into 6 units. And I know we haven't really discussed that, but we should discuss it and get community input on that, right? That would change character of some neighborhoods. It would allow a lot more housing. Whether that should mostly be closer to transit lines, something we should discuss, being more flexible and not having the same parking requirements if we're close to transit lines. I mean, there are a lot of people are not getting cars the same way. We do have changes. And to Councilmember Garner's question on changing demographics, I really think we should engage the school district in this conversation. Because one of the things when Mayor Holstich and I met with the school district is not they need teacher housing, but there's a real shortage of family housing in Palm Springs. So whether, our demographics don't show it, we just lack it. And it was one of the benefits of the Monarch property, right? Our low-income affordable housing is primarily studios and lately has been primarily focused on seniors. And there's definitely that need, but there's definitely need for family housing that's at affordable levels. Not all necessarily will be legally the definition of affordability, but we don't have housing that's affordable for workers. And really looking at how we can incentivize that and get that kind of housing is going to be really important because it's not going to qualify for any of these programs that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. And we're going to have to figure out how we get that kind of funding. But I do think we really need to look at some of that infill housing and apartments and greater density in order to get the kind of units we need. Until we get the numbers we need, regardless of what the state says we need, the numbers we need to get more housing built, we're not going to see affordability. We have an enormous supply and demand issue right now in the city, more than we've had in at least a decade. And when there's less housing available, we're going to see that. The other thing I'd like to see, if we can get this data, is for vacation rental homes, if we know if they had long-term rentals before that. That's something Councilmember Gardner and I had talked about, because that is a concern, right? It's one thing if someone's selling their vacation home to someone else's vacation home or a part-time person. It's another if someone is evicting a tenant who'd been there for 6 months, a year, many years, to turn it into a vacation rental, and whether we want to limit that ability. But it would be really helpful if we can get that data, because without the data, it's hard to have that conversation. So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
I'm sorry, I have more. No surprise. Thank you all for those additional comments. I'm taking furious notes. One thing that I do want to address is the idea that we have moderate income housing right now, because I don't think that's true. For Miralon, for instance, those units are starting in the high 600s, and if you're making the median income at $75,000, you can't afford to buy that. But even if you're making $100,000, you're not going to be approved for a loan for $600,000+ home. The other thing I want to address when we're talking about that shifting of demographics is that millennials, my generation, Christy's, the mayor's generation, we have more debt than any other generation. And I know that, for instance, that impacts my ability to buy a home is because of I went to law school and I have a ton of debt, and I'm not the only person who's in that situation. And on top of that, what we're seeing in Palm Springs is that there are smaller units available, like the one I live in, like many that my friends live in, that we can afford. And it's probably, I know for me, I could afford more, but the problem is that when I look for something that is that transition, it doesn't exist. So I either stay in my little tiny condo, or I have to jump to a 3-bedroom house and more than double my rent, and then really put myself out of my range. And so I think that that's one of the things that I really want us to look at is the range of housing, because if I'm staying in this condo that is and I can actually pay more money, I should be moving out into a unit that fits my needs better and opening up that unit that I'm in now for someone else that needs it and needs that lower price. So that's just something that I want us to really think about. The other to talk about Councilmember Corr's comment in terms of vacation rentals. We're seeing that there's a lot of gentrification happening in the Desert Highlands Gateway Estates community. Right now, the homes in that neighborhood are still the lowest cost if you're buying in the city of Palm Springs. And what's happening now is that people are putting cash offers on the table. And by the way, the housing prices in that neighborhood are still way higher than they've ever been. So people are putting cash down on $300,000 homes, and then they're using them as vacation rentals. Now, some of these houses were empty and being sold, but there's at least 2 on the market now that have tenants inside of them, and they're being sold. We don't know if someone's going to buy those and then kick out the tenants or raise their rent and to a point that it's unaffordable for them. And these are issues that are directly impacting the residents in that neighborhood and potentially pushing them out. So I think that I do want to see what it is that we can do in terms of vacation rentals to prevent that from happening. And obviously, and if it's possible to prevent someone from just kicking people out of long-term housing in general, if they're buying a property that a tenant is in. And I don't know if we have much option there, but I would love to hear what is possible. I agree in terms of making it easier to build new homes. One of the things I'd love to do is sit down and talk with some developers in the community, some small developers as well as large developers, to find out what it is that they find are the biggest barriers, what are the biggest costs to building these homes, and what it is that we can do as a city to make that a more streamlined process or a more affordable process. Because right now we're waiving fees on really low-income projects, which we need to do, but then we're missing out again on that middle ground, and maybe we need to be waiving fees for that as well. So anyway, the last thing that I wanted to say is that I would really like us to pass inclusive zoning and to do a nexus study to determine the percentage of homes that need to be a low income or moderate income. And I think that that's something that we can do immediately while we're still talking about the many different options that we have beyond that. But this way, any new projects that come forward in the city are going to be required to have a portion of the units fit into one of the categories that where we need housing.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Woods.
I just want to pick up where Councilmember Garner left off and just basically say there are programs where that exist, and we can model them, and we can find out what the current state law is, in that if you kick somebody out, you have to pay them. And you have to pay them rather handsomely, $15,000 or whatever to find something else. We have nothing like that in place here. Something could be put in place. I think also to the council members' comments was the fees. It's not just the city fees, it's the TUNC fees, it's the conservation fees. What does it really cost to build here in Palm Springs? And what can we look at? What can we actually change either on a regional level, on a state level, or on our local level? It's not just waiving our fees, but looking at them in a much broader context. And I don't think a lot of people have any clue, sewer connection fees, all kinds of stuff, what the fees actually are to build. And, we just on an Indian land, we just approved a development that they're doing, a community facilities district to pay for, police and fire services. We need all of that, but I think we need to look at it holistically to see how we get there, how we provide those services without burdening the cost of a single-family residence, or maybe we need to build more condominiums for that middle ground people, for people in the middle ground, where you can afford your own place, you can have the deductions and write-offs that many Americans enjoy. And maybe it's not a single-family home, but maybe it's a condominium or a townhouse or something of that nature. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments? I haven't commented yet because it's 10 and it's hard to tackle the housing crisis, and you all are doing such a good job. We've done a lot to address this, and we've hardly made a dent. So we approved small lot developments and decreased the lot size for housing projects. We have done a lot on ADUs, accessible dwelling unit, accessory dwelling units, or granny flats. We've provided incentives and reduced fees if people include affordable units. We've passed tenant protections. That's just off the top of my head of what this council, and over the last few years has done. And we really haven't made a dent. And so I agree that there's a lot of issues that we need to solve. And I thank you to staff for this really comprehensive update, I think the next step is the policy solution. So what are other cities doing about gentrification? Gentrification is happening. It already happened in Veterans Tract. It's happened in a lot of neighborhoods. You just driving through, you can see how it looks different. And, some of those improvements are good for our neighborhoods and some are pushing out residents. And my husband's a broker. I see every day what the real estate market is like. It's insane. People like me are going to get pushed, me and Grace are going to get pushed out of the city, right? It's just not affordable and feasible to live here with student loan debt or with families or with moderate income or all the other reasons. So I think that we need urgent action to address a lot of these concerns. So I heard gentrification, I heard a lack of new housing being developed. The fees are extremely high, even the city fees. They're very, very high if you're going to develop even a small project. I agree, we should tackle density. We have to incentivize more dense housing to be built in the future because we don't have a lot of land left, and it's also more sustainable to have more dense housing. And it allows us to preserve open space, which we want to do as well. So we have to talk about density and parking requirements and all of that. We need the process to be streamlined, so it needs to be faster to develop housing and cheaper. And I agree that we need to, the projects that are being developed over the last 10 years in Palm Springs are luxury housing. $700,000, $600,000 condos. That's out of reach, like Grace said, for 80% of residents. And if you think about the city of the future, who are our future residents? So I'm inspired because a lot of this work is going to happen in the housing element. And I think we can do a real housing element update, not just a rubber stamp of what we've had before, because we're not even making our RHNA numbers when they're small. And we've done a lot to pay for projects and subsidize them and approve them, but we're not going to make it for this past round. And it's tenfold this time. And we actually want this. Our residents want it, and they elect us to make a difference here. And I think the future of our city is in balance. So I'm hoping that we can do real community outreach for some of these issues on our housing element and have real conversations with community sessions, with different groups. And then we bring back policies about gentrification, density, inclusionary zoning, and we have no funds to do any of this. So we really need to look and see, what's the funding source to be able to continue to subsidize even affordable housing units. Other cities have found housing sources. I could sit here and propose a few, but I think that's important to talk about as well. So I'd really like to see us bring back some of those policy just options as a next step and sort of best practices. And then the last thing I'll say is that we really have to think outside of the box because even the affordable housing system in California is completely broken. It doesn't work. It's never, ever going to make any amount of dent in the housing crisis that's going to snowball. So I think we should think outside of the box in terms of tiny homes or other types of modular developments. And we do have some money here because we have the $10 million from the state to address homelessness. We've done what we can in terms of putting up our city land for RFP to try to develop that for affordable housing. But I'm wondering if, there are other creative ways that we can use some of that funding to spur different types of ideas, like getting a modular development built or something like that. And it could address homelessness too. So there's a lot there. It's hard to have such a general conversation. One thing I will flag is that Lift to Rise has built a collaborative with developers, affordable developers, cities, a lot of different stakeholders, and they actually are working on an action plan for policy to make housing cheaper and easier to build and to build 10,000 units. So I might wonder if the council wants to invite them, as well as any other stakeholders doing this work. Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, I know, has developed a number of projects, and invite them to present at City Council on a discussion item like this. And they might also have policy ideas for us, as well as bringing forward some from staff. So those are 1% of my thoughts about the housing crisis. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I support all of that and thank everyone. But one of the things that we're going to have to do if we want to build more housing is sit down and talk with people who build houses. And most of that that gets built is done by the private market. And we need to spend time with some of those market folks and challenge them to compete with the affordable housing industry that gets approvals and then sits and sits and sits.
Thank you. So there's the DVBA, might be a good group. I know they're involved in Lift to Rise's collaborative, but inviting them separately too to talk about policy solutions. I'm sure Gretchen will talk to us about reduced fees all day. So are there any other council member comments that you want to give at this time, or any other issues you want to bring up? For staff, I know this is just a general sort of study session discussion item. Is there direction that we can give you on this item to bring something back that would be helpful?
Actually, Mayor, you've given us some good feedback and direction. We wanted to especially make sure this was scheduled for a upcoming study session with the new city manager on board and able to dig into this issue and help with policy solutions. So that will be sometime in an April-May timeframe. And I think we have enough direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Garner.
Just one other thing. I mean, is it possible for us to move forward with inclusionary zoning before that happens, before April or May?
Certainly let the city attorney address it. That would be an ordinance, I believe.
It would be an ordinance. It would require a study, but certainly if you gave us direction to start moving forward with that process, we could engage the necessary consultants and start putting together the program.
Yeah, I would propose that we do that. It's a great way to make sure that we're getting at least a percentage of housing with each new development. It's also something that I'd like to find out more if we can make those requirements of Miralon and Encina, since we have not received all of their plans for their developments. Encina, for instance, is kind of stalled. And then Miralon still has, I think, 1,000 more units that they're going to be building. So if we can somehow get them into it as well, I think it would be helpful.
Thank you. And again, that's the housing element too, because I think Encina was built on where it was high density or medium density residential. So what's happened even is that the city's approved single family developments, or we could have had multifamily. The problem is multifamily just isn't being built in the whole Coachella Valley at all. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. We just have to hear from developers about what we can do to make that pencil. So thank you all for your comments. Councilmember Garner, were you done? Do you think that you got enough direction there? Okay, so thank you all for your comments. A really important discussion. I know that housing and homelessness is probably the #1 issue for our community and for our residents, and it really is urgent. And even though it's hard to address because it's so multifaceted, I agree that we should do everything that we can right now. So that will come back for action. Our next City Manager, did you have something to add?
No, Mayor, I just wanted to make a final comment when we're ready to get to the last item, I think, next. Final comments. on another matter.
Okay.
Sure.
So next we have City Council and City Manager request and upcoming agenda development. So City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to note, I should have noted a little earlier, with regard to the COVID emergency management, there are two modifications that we are going to make to our local rules. One with regard to how late restaurants, bars can remain open. As you know, the state allows at this point them to be open till 2 a.m. We had pushed that back to midnight during the most severe phase of the COVID crisis that we were experiencing. But now since we're starting to improve, what we're going to do, at least for the next 30 days, we're going to move that to follow the state guideline at 2 a.m. So we'll be making that modification as of tomorrow. We'll let our businesses know. But again, they're going to still have to adhere to all the COVID rules, face masks, outdoor dining, and separations and all the things that they need to do. So we will not let up on those restrictions at all. That's number one. Number two, with regard to the temporary outside parklets that our restaurants have, as you know, some of them have live entertainment. The state has now allowed live entertainment to occur. It's usually indoors in most of the cases that we have. Since they're outdoors in the parklets, they have requested that we allow them to have some of that outdoor entertainment to help them with their business recovery. Now, what we believe is that the state may allow us to go back to the red category, hopefully in the next few weeks. In that case, they will be back inside. In the meantime, as a temporary measure, we're going to allow them to have some outdoor live entertainment with restrictions, and we'll be outlining what those restrictions are. But generally, it'll be a time limit, and of course, the noise cannot be unreasonable for the circumstances in the situation, but we will outline those and get those out to the public. But I did want to let you know that we will be making those two modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Are there other City Council requests? Councilmember Kors.
Thank you. And actually, City Manager, on that last point, I've gotten a number of questions whether bars are still required to serve bona fide meals with drinks.
That is correct, and I'd like the city attorney to affirm that or deny it.
That is affirmative at this point,
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've heard from some bar restaurants that others are not doing it, and they want to make sure everyone's treated fairly. So when we let folks know about the 2 a.m., we need to remind them about that. It's a state requirement, and we do want to treat everyone fairly, and we are following the state rules here. I think allowing 2 a.m. Makes sense. That is where the state is right now. But just make sure we are making it clear that what the rules are. On that, and then the only thing I want to say on the outdoor sound, I think we should do that, but I do want to make sure we have on the website so if residents are being disturbed and it's excessive, that they know who to contact, because we often hear they reach out to us because they don't know who to contact. So just make sure that people know that. And of course, we're hoping and we'll work with our businesses to do this responsibly so we can continue it to help them through this while also respecting the residents who live near the businesses as well. Thank you.
Other councilmember requests? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Along those lines, in terms of noise, I know we've been discussing updating our noise ordinance for quite some time. I do think we should probably move forward and make that more of a priority as things start to open up. We want to be able to address it before things are really back to full capacity.
Thank you. Other councilmember requests? Councilmember Woods.
I would just request if Dr. Reddy or maybe Director Fagg can talk very briefly about Desert X. We just approved one for Desert Highlands tonight. There's a couple other locations in town that people are asking about, big structure behind the visitor center, things of that nature. If you could just briefly touch, because people are very curious what's going on.
So, Madam Mayor, in response to the question about Desert X, the Planning Division has approved several land use permits for Desert X exhibits. As you've indicated, there is one exhibit that will be behind the visitor center on private property, similar to the exhibit that was there 2 years ago. There is also another one that is planned immediately adjacent to the La Valerise restaurant, a smaller display there. And those are the two that I can think of off the top of my head for which we've approved land use permits. You also had the one that was mentioned at the Desert Highlands Gateway Park and James O. Jesse Center. And I can't think if there's any others right off the top of my head. Oh, and also the exhibit on Tahquitz.
Thank you.
Any other requests? Seeing none, we will move forward to adjournment. So the next regular city council meeting will be held on March 11th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all and have a great night.